Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Planning and Transportation Commission of Wednesday, February 28th. If you could call the roll, Ms. Dow.
Chair Suma,
Present.
Vice Chair Chang,
Here.
Commissioner Aiken,
Here.
Commissioner Heckman,
Here.
Commissioner Liu,
Here.
Commissioner Reckdahl,
Here.
Commissioner Templeton.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you so much. So the first thing that we do this evening is public comment, and that's an opportunity for people to speak to items that are not on our agenda. I'm not seeing any hands, but do we have anyone in the room?
No, I have no speaker cards or raised hands on Zoom.
Okay, then we'll move on to agenda changes, additions, and deletions.
There are no changes or deletions or additions.
Thank you. So knowing that, we'll move on to city official reports, please.
Yes, good evening. First of all, I wanted to give some appreciation to two members of the commission that did come to this weekend's San Antonio Corridor Visioning Outreach or open house rather. So thank you for that. It was well attended. And we're looking forward to having a presentation from the students, probably that same March meeting that we were considering having a joint meeting with the council. So stay tuned, it'll be scheduled soon enough. One item that wanted to just touch base on is about the joint session that we had been planning for March 18th with Planning Commission and Council on the housing element revisions. That has been now set for April 15th. I think at least 6 of you said you're able to come on April 15th to that. And just to give a brief update about the housing element, we are taking time right now to work with the HCD, our assigned reviewer, and building a successful relationship, talking about the changes we're going to make. That's one of the reasons we pushed it off to April, is because we're working towards topics like the affirmatively furthering fair housing and program development. So this doesn't guarantee the HCD finding of substantial compliance, but we think this effort is significantly improving the likelihood that we will get our certification. So this is all happening. We had a question earlier in the week about, do we know how many units we're going to modify there? And we don't have anything at our fingertips at the moment. But again, stay tuned. Know that we are working hard and closely with our HCD reviewer to get us to the finish line. So yeah, that's and then I do have something up here showing the upcoming dates. One thing I wanted to ask is if I could have a show of hands, and maybe I'm putting you on the spot, but if March 13th might possibly get a 5 p.m. start, so we can handle, we have a density bonus ordinance that we think is, a quick 1 hour kind of state law mandate stuff, tweaking an ordinance. Because we have a hard start time of 6 p.m. for this for the Caltrans presentation about the with a joint meeting of the Planning Commission and Human Relations Commission, and given the topic, we don't know how many audience members we will have. Kind of thinking it might be good to start early, but I know it can be hard for some commissioners to get here that early. So I guess maybe let us know so we can figure out what we'll do about that. And then we do have our retail study session recommendations part 1, also targeted to go after the Caltrans presentation. And then these showing on the screen, and it's in the packet as well, the upcoming items for Planning and Transportation Commission. Let's see, this month coming up, March, is Bryna is the representative to council. And so I'll be sending out what I know at this point on the council agenda for Bryna to represent. And then I guess with transportation, is Raphael here for you?
He's having some difficulty connecting, but I can provide one update. And if he can send me some more in the next minute or so, I'll give those as well. Okay, yeah, I was going to talk about something else. Okay, great. So I just wanted to make sure the commission was aware that, well, as you know, Caltrans manages State Route 82, El Camino Real, and it is recommending adding bike lanes as part of its upcoming repaving project of the state corridor, of the state highway. To engage residents and businesses about this Caltrans project, Caltrans is hosting a community meeting tomorrow night at Pali, followed by several other opportunities to share feedback. Community input will inform the council discussion tentatively set for April 1st. And here is the schedule. So tomorrow's meeting is at Palo Alto High School Media Arts Center atrium, and that will begin at 6 p.m. There will be a joint pedestrian and bicycle advisory committee and City School Transportation Safety Committee meeting on Thursday, March 7th at 6:30 at the Mitchell Park Community Center. And then there will be a joint PTC, HRC meeting on Wednesday, March 13th at 6 p.m. here, and then the council meeting on April 1st. There's also a web form on the city's website that is entitled, well, the website is entitled City Issues Letter to Caltrans SR 82 El Camino Real Bikeway Project. That web form allows the public to provide feedback to Caltrans and city staff about the bike lane proposal. That webpage includes the draft bike lane plans, as well as the correspondence between the city manager and Caltrans about the proposal. That is all I have. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. Anything else, Ms. French?
Nothing else, just again, if you all look at your calendars and think to let me know if 5 p.m. is doable, at least for a quorum, let me know. Thank you so much for March 13th.
Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead.
Thank you for the report. So on March 13th, I could be here at 5 o'clock, but 2 or 3 months ago, I think we had another joint session with the Human Relations Committee, and it started at 5 o'clock. And I remember when we met with them, my impression, I think some of the other commissioners were under the impression that 5 o'clock, because that was kind of the time they were used to meeting, but they were under the impression that that was the time we were used to meeting, and nobody was really expressing enthusiasm for meeting at 5. So is the reason we're talking about it here because you think we're just going to go so late in the evening that we'd rather end at 10 than 11, or?
Yeah, I guess I was thinking the Planning and Transportation Commission could meet first at 5, and then 6 would be the start of the meeting with the HRC. And that would be an undetermined amount of time based on, we don't know how many people would show up or online commenting. And I don't know how large that discussion would be. And then we do have the meeting material after that is probably maybe 2 hours worth. I don't know, between the presentation on the retail study and discussion. So I try not to get us going past 10 is my goal.
Okay, that's very helpful. So right, I think you're right, because that's part 1.
Yeah, it's just part 1. Is it necessary to split them up? Can you do retail study all on the next day?
Yeah, I mean, if it's not doable, if 5 o'clock seems too early, then we could. The thing is, we have a lot, if you might have noticed, on the upcoming meetings. So I'm a little nervous to put everything on that second March meeting. And we do have a timeline for that project. So given the interest in this topic, and we might have folks from the community that want to come and speak to those recommendations as well. The consultant was thinking we'd have 2 meetings on those, and then we have the parking recommendations as well. So those were going to be bundled on the second meeting. We can talk a little bit further later on this item.
But split into 2 meetings gives us a chance to give them action items or have them come back and answer questions. And I think this is going to be very iterative, so it might be good to still keep it split.
That may be the case. I'm mainly thinking about the many weeks of not meeting, and now we're jammed. So I'm just thinking about, like, my feedback would be, let's plan a little bit better. And I'm also not sure if we need to come in early or not. If it's a problem, I'm pretty flexible in my schedule at that point in time, but yeah, it is a concern of how it's being positioned to us is just making
Sure,
us question.
Perhaps it's distasteful. Things do come upon us at the last minute and we do our best to get them on the agenda. Some of the things we weren't aware of till very recently, and we have to suddenly get them on an agenda. So that's part of what we deal with.
Totally understand that, but to say that the reason we need to come in early is because we have too much stuff to do right now at the same time is
I misspoke, so sorry.
yeah, well, it's confusing, and my wish, my hope is that we can get on a regular cadence that doesn't require coming in early or skipping meetings or getting jammed with the schedule, because we're here to serve the city.
So noted.
Thanks.
Commissioner Aiken?
Hi, quick question for Ms. Starlack. Has Caltrans given us a schedule for the meeting at Pally tomorrow? Do we know how long it'll last?
Yeah, sorry. We think it will go for about an hour and a half, but there is some flexibility in there. They've got about a 20-minute presentation, and then we wanted to leave ample time for questions as well as time for folks to walk around and look at the large format plans.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one, we can move to our first item, which is a study session on Safe Streets for All Action Plan. An update and mostly an update, not really looking for a lot of feedback, though Ms. Starlack would always be happy to hear questions or comments.
Yes, great. Thank you so much, Commissioner. So good evening, Commissioners. I am Sylvia Starlack, Transportation Planning Manager in the Office of Transportation. I bring you tonight some interim deliverables from our Safe Streets for All Safety Action Plan. These are our collision analysis and the high injury network. Our goal tonight is to, as Commissioner Chair Suma noted, our goal is to share this information with you so that you're aware of the work that's being done and this work that will form the basis of our safety action plan. We're not really looking for a lot of feedback on the content. However, if something is unclear or confusing, we'd like to know about that, as this work will eventually appear in the safety action plan. We want it as legible as possible for the community. Ashley Takushi and Alexandra Lee Gardner from our Fair and Peers consultant team are joining us online for this item. Ashley will make the presentation, and Ashley, you're up. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. And thank you, commissioners. Let me share my screen. Are you all able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. So as Sylvia mentioned, my name is Ashley Takushi and I'm with Fair and Peers. We are the consultant helping the city with creating the Safe Streets and Roads for All Safety Action Plan. I wanted to first start off with a quick overview of my presentation. We'll touch on the project schedule. The meat of today's presentation will be focused on the collision landscape analysis summary and high injury network. And we will also discuss preliminary engagement feedback and the collision profiles. So to walk through our project schedule, we have wrapped up the first task, which I'll be sharing tonight, and we have also started to develop the project list and comprehensive countermeasure toolbox. To give a quick refresher on the Safety Action Plan's project objectives, they are to create a vision statement, strategy, and goal to reach 0 fatalities and serious injuries in Palo Alto, develop partnerships between key stakeholders and the community to support this and other safety efforts, Prepare a data-driven analysis to understand collision history and patterns. To identify program, policy, and practice opportunities to institutionalize safe system. And lastly, to prepare a comprehensive safety action plan that includes strategies and recommendations built around the safe system elements. So moving on to the collision landscape analysis. To give some background on the collision data set, we are using UC Berkeley's TIMSS database with collisions pulled between 2018 through 2022. Just as a note, 2022 data is still technically considered preliminary data, but we did want to show you the latest trends coming out of the pandemic years. The data is inclusive of fatal and severe injury collisions, also known as KSIs for killed and serious injury collisions. Our database excludes property damage only or PDO collisions and is inclusive of roadways throughout the city, except for grade separated Caltrans facilities. So looking at the trends over time, the city started to see a decrease in collisions starting in 2019, most noticeably with their KSI collisions. So as a reminder, 2022 data is still preliminary, but the data is showing a sharp decrease in total and KSI collisions. Looking at this data a bit closer, here are the modal breakdowns for all collisions as well as the KSI collisions. We like graphs here. So another way to look at this data is through this chart. Pedestrians and bicyclists make up about 32% of all collisions, but are overrepresented in 52% of KSI collisions. Primary collision factors, or PCFs, are cited by the responding officer and are based on their judgment of what contributed to the collisions. PCFs do not include contextual information related to the design of the location that could have been a primary or secondary contributor to the crash. The most common PCFs in Palo Alto for all collisions are unsafe speed, vehicle right-of-way violations, and improper turning, while the highest PCFs for KSIs are improper turning, DUIs, and pedestrian-related collisions. Now looking at the collisions by collision type. So broadside collisions and head-on collisions are two of the highest percentages of KSIs. This gets into the discussion of kinetic energy risk and needing to design the roadways in Palo Alto following the FHWA Safe System roadway design hierarchy. This hierarchy removes severe conflicts of road users moving at different speeds or different directions, reducing vehicle speeds, and increasing attentiveness and awareness. We will get into this a bit more in more detail when I share the collision profiles towards the end of the presentation. So moving on to the high injury network, or the HIN. The HIN highlights the streets where there are the highest concentrations of collisions. 63% of collisions during the 2018 to 2022 time period occurred on 4% of Palo Alto streets. El Camino Real has the highest proportion of collisions at 14%. The HIN shows the KSIs highlighted in red, in the red circles, and other injury collisions in blue. For this project, we have also differentiated the ownership of the HIN, so pink being Caltrans, yellow being city streets, and green being county-owned streets. Moving on to some community feedback that we've heard. In October, we opened an online survey, a bit of an attitudinal survey to get feedback to help the city and decision makers understand the community's thoughts on what trade-offs they are willing to accept to create a safer network for all road users. We received 766 responses on the survey, most of them coming from residents that live in Palo Alto. Some key themes that came out of the survey is that overall, a majority, about 60% of respondents, agreed to prioritize safety over on-street parking, and 85% strongly support eliminating traffic fatalities and serious injuries in Palo Alto. This is a helpful metric showing that when roadway improvements are identified, safety should be at the forefront. Once safety measures are identified as feasible for implementation, then the conversations can be had around parking and other on-street amenities. 99% of respondents also noted that they are willing to change their driving behavior to reduce KSIs. The survey also included questions for specific areas within the city. El Camino Real was identified as having the highest percentage where pedestrians and bicyclists do not feel safe, which is an opportunity to collaborate further with Caltrans. Other responses show that most feel safe in residential and key destination areas, but showing that none of them are meeting the 100% of feeling safe. There's still room to create a safer roadway network. Moving on to summarize some of the responses that OTS received through email, as well as a summary of comments received through the interactive web map that was hosted by the BPTP project. We broke up the comments into 3 categories. It is bike and pedestrian facilities and access, road design, and safety education. This slide highlights the desire for enhancements along school routes and in the downtown area, as well as additional bicycle facilities and better separation between vehicles and bicyclists. Related to road design, there was a request for further road diet studies and creating better sight lines at intersections to make both pedestrians and bicyclists more visible to motorists. Education was also mentioned as a need for all road users, and also specifically to have education and policy around electric bicycles. Moving on to the collision profiles. The 7 collision profiles that I'll share with you all use collision data, contextual information, as well as a community feedback that you just saw to identify the types of locations that are systemically correlated with a higher percentage of collisions. So the percent of KSIs related to these profiles range between 6 and 15%. And just as some background information, over the 5-year period, there were a total of 47 KSIs. Here is a quick overview of the 7 profiles. With each profile that I'll be discussing, I will share a few countermeasures that address the profile. The report that will come later this year will include a more robust and comprehensive list of countermeasures that are in line with the safe system elements and also follow the roadway design hierarchy of removing severe conflicts, reducing vehicle speeds, managing conflicts in space and time, as well as increasing attentiveness and awareness of both motorists and pedestrians and bicyclists. The first profile that I'm sharing today is residential arterials. There were 6 vehicle-to-vehicle KSIs over the 5-year period. Collisions are concentrated on University Avenue, on Embarcadero Road, and Charleston Road, Arastradero Road, and Middlefield Road. 96% of these collisions occurred at an intersection. So looking at some potential countermeasures to address this profile, the first is roadway lighting. Adequate lighting will allow motorists to have better visibility of other roadway users. Protected left turning phase reduces conflicts between left turn and through movements. Road diets, some of the benefits can include the reduction of rear end and left turn crashes due to maybe having a dedicated left turn lane, reducing right angle crashes as side street motorists could cross multiple travel lanes as well. Access management refers to the design, application, and control of entry and exit points along a roadway. This can include intersections with other roads and also driveways that serve adjacent properties. So some thoughtful access management along a corridor can simultaneously enhance safety for all modes, vehicles, pedestrians, bicyclists, those who roll, facilitate walking and biking, and also reduce trip delay and congestion. Designing roadways to lower speeds, this could, redesigning our arterials could include lane reductions, some curb extensions, as well as lane narrowing. And lastly, on this slide, signal timings for arterial traffic calming, reducing cycle lengths or dividing an arterial into smaller, what we call coordination zones, with each zone having its own cycle length, and potentially even abandoning coordination altogether could support traffic calming on arterials. Moving on to DUI and alcohol-involved collisions. This profile represents 4% of all collisions, but 15% of KSI collisions. KSI collisions are overrepresented in this profile and highlight the dangers of driving while inebriated. Most collisions occurred at night between Friday and Sunday, and most did occur at intersections. Some countermeasures for this profile include designing roadways to lower speeds, as mentioned earlier, speed-sensitive rest in red. This works by detecting whether approaching drivers are speeding up to an intersection and switching the light to red to slow them down. TDM measures and partnerships. This includes measures to have curbside parking for transportation network companies or TNCs or taxis, and partnerships with them to provide safe rides home, or working with businesses to also post some DUI education. And the last one is narrowing lane widths. The next profile is pedestrian-involved collisions on arterials at night. The 4 KSIs associated with this profile occurred on Quarry Road, on El Camino Real, University Avenue, and Charleston Avenue. 91% of all collisions, as well as 50% of KSIs, occurred on weekdays, and also most occurred at intersections. Some countermeasures that have not been previously mentioned include high visibility crosswalks, so using thermoplastic tape to create ladder patterns at all crossings, and tightening intersections, so extending the curbs to create shorter crossing distances, and this also helps with the visibility of pedestrians. In the past 5 years, 3 people were killed or severely injured while walking downtown. 1 KSI occurred in 2019 before slow streets, and 2 occurred in late 2020 while the downtown streets were closed. Most of these collisions occurred during the week and also occurred at intersections. Some countermeasures for this profile include curbside management to address goods movement. This means identifying locations and times for goods movement to not conflict with high pedestrian activity times. Leading pedestrian intervals, or LPI. An LPI gives pedestrians the opportunity to enter the crosswalk at an intersection approximately 3 to 7 seconds before vehicles are given a green indication, and this just provides motorists with more visibility of the pedestrian. Pedestrian scrambles, this stops all traffic and allows people to cross from all corners of the intersection at the same time, including diagonally. So pedestrian scrambles ensure that people crossing the street are able to do so without any vehicle movement through the intersection. Restricting right turns on red. This reduces conflicts between right turning vehicles and pedestrians. And lastly, road diets. I talked about this earlier, but in the pedestrian context, road diets provide an opportunity to install pedestrian refuge islands, bicycle lanes, on-street parking or transit stops, traffic calming, more consistent speeds, and more of a complete streets environment that better accommodates the needs for all road users. Moving on to this next profile, this profile shows that the collisions between bicyclists and vehicles that occurred at 90-degree angles, also called broadside collisions. This often includes bicyclists going straight through the intersection, colliding with right turn or left turning vehicles. 74% of these collisions occurred on streets with existing bicycle facilities, which highlights the need for more separated or protected facilities throughout the city. Potential countermeasures that I haven't mentioned before, including separate bicycle signal phasing. So this provides priority to bicyclist movements and separates bicyclists from other conflicting vehicular movements, as well as protected intersections. These protected intersections keep bicycles physically separated from motor vehicles up until the intersection. It provides a high degree of comfort and safety for people of all ages and abilities. And this design can also reduce the likelihood of high-speed vehicle turns, improve sight lines for motorists to see bicyclists, and also dramatically reduces the distance and time during which people on bikes are exposed to these conflicts. We then looked at bicycle-involved collisions with level of traffic stress, LTS 3 and 4. LTS is ranked from 1 through 4, with 1 being the most comfortable, so something like a class 1 dedicated bicycle path. And we also overlaid the safe routes to school, walk and roll bike routes, slightly different than just the walk and roll routes that are posted online. The 2 KSIs for this profile occurred at Embarcadero Road and Bryant Street, and Meadow Drive and Alma Street. I believe the only new countermeasure here is to improve facilities on parallel roads. So on arterials or major streets where speeds are typically higher, we should consider improving facilities on parallel roads to encourage users to take the less utilized vehicle routes. And this last profile shows youth bicycle-involved collisions. We highlighted this as a profile because youth bicycle collisions were a key concern for the community this year. Please keep in mind that this data is from 2018 through 2022, so it does not include the last year of collision data. The KSIs involving youth bicyclists occurred on Seal Avenue and El Camino Real. And countermeasures for this profile include additional crossing guards, more class 1 and class 4 facilities on these safe routes to school, walk and roll bike routes, youth education, and also focused interventions and enforcement based on hotspots and trends shown through the collision analysis. So I know that was a lot of information for you all, but now opening it up to any questions that you may have. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's sobering to see those red dots and connect them with actual accidents you remember. So I'm gonna go out to my colleagues. The first slide I see is Commissioner Chang.
Sure.
I had one really quick question. So on one of the slides, you had mentioned the term goods movement. Does that refer to delivery trucks, or what does it refer to again?
Yes, so deliveries, you know, Amazon, it could also be food deliveries, things of that nature.
Okay. And what was the recommendation again? Because I was stuck on the term and I couldn't.
Oh, yes. Sorry, let me go back in my slide. Sorry, one moment. Let me share again. Sorry, y'all, please bear with me.
No problem.
Zoom is a bit confusing. So I'm sorry, can you please repeat your question?
So the question was the recommendation regarding goods movement. I think it was on downtown,
Yes.
maybe.
So it was to have some curbside management policies in place and guidance in place to address some of these delivery times as well as where they can park for deliveries.
I see. Okay. And then my other question is, so it's on my packet, page 10, but it was one of the first slides that you showed with all collisions and then KSI collisions, the bar chart from 2018 to 2022. And you had said that there was declining KSIs since 2019. But when I looked at the chart, I had a very different interpretation, which is why was it so high in 2019 and 2020? And so I was wondering, is that decline when you highlighted that trend, is that something that you've seen in other cities as well? So there's something larger going on? Or I guess my real question is what's your hypothesis or do you have a hypothesis for what's driving that? Because I wasn't so sure that there was a decline, but rather that maybe 2019 and 2020 were particularly bad.
Yes, so I think we've seen this decline during 2019 through 2021 for other agencies as well, because this was the pandemic years. So a lot of, there were less motorists on the roadways. And also, I think the city has also, the city also like closed streets during that time to promote more pedestrian and bicycle activity as well. So that's one reason that I can think of why there was a decline in collisions and KSIs. But Sylvia, if you have anything else to add, please do so.
You're able to pull that slide up just so that everybody can see what we're talking about. It would be, because that was exactly what called my attention to it. I would have thought, I remember during the early days of the pandemic, the streets were empty of cars because everybody was at home. So I would have thought that it would result in unusually low KSIs. But instead, what we see are higher KSIs in 2020 than in 2018. And that shocked me. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think there has been some chatter in the transportation world about that because we were, I think, nationwide, and Ashley, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I remember reading some articles that noted that because there were fewer people on the road, people were speeding. And that actually contributed to more KSIs.
Thank you.
Yes,
That
that's
makes
right.
perfect sense because I also remember that. And it also fits really well with the all collisions versus the KSI data because there's fewer collisions overall in the green, but then many more KSIs. And we know that speed is a big driver for that. Thank you. That makes so much sense.
Thank you. Commissioner Aiken?
Thank you, Chair. Just to start, a lot of my questions from the previous session were answered in this, and I wanted to say thank you for that. These are useful insights. I want to be picky about the statistics a little bit, and then I have a question about collision profiles. It's important to watch out for the unknown unknowns in situations like this. And for example, on packet page 12, I see that 62% of injury collisions occurred on 4% of Palo Alto streets. And a question that occurred to me is, what volume of traffic flows on those 4% of Palo Alto streets? If it's 62% or more, then perversely, those are safer streets. Now, the point is not to say, oh, well, that justifies not doing anything on those streets. The point is to say that the countermeasures you adopt should not push traffic onto streets that are less safe. And a way that that could happen is what we already see as traffic increases on University Avenue, that there's an increase in traffic that flows through Crescent Park and Community Center and Professorville. So we don't want to, by adopting countermeasures that cause the traffic to move rather than be reduced, create a perverse increase in the number of hazards. So I would ask that, of course, you watch out for that, but also be prepared to explain in a footnote or an appendix or something how you've made sure that that kind of perverse situation doesn't happen. Which leads me to the collision profiles question, which is how you chose to do the clustering that created the collision profiles, because I can think of other ways to do it. So you clearly had some goals in mind, and it would be nice to see what those were. For example, the one that occurred to me was we see a whole lot of our incidents are occurring at intersections. What about the design of the intersections is interesting at those collision points? Could that be justification for a collision profile? So it would be nice to see some justification for the ones that you chose as well. Thank you. That's it.
Yeah, thank you so much. If I could follow up on that as well. Although these are collision profiles that take into account a lot of the city's roadways, the countermeasures will be tailored to the specific context of the roadways as well. So if in the report, when that comes out, the list will be a bit more comprehensive and also pointed to specifically the roadways that were highlighted for each of the profiles. So more to come, but thank you for bringing that up, and we'll keep that in mind as we continue work on this.
Thank you. That's good to hear.
Commissioner Liu?
Thank you. I really appreciate this analysis and just have a few quick questions. When analyzing incidents with people killed or serious injuries, were there any notable distinctions or observations we could draw about incidents where people were killed versus incidents where people were seriously injured?
I don't have that answer off the top of my head. We looked at, or there is a higher weight to killed and severe injury collisions just overall as a group, just because those are the ones that we want to reduce to zero. So we did not look at them separately for our analysis. Also noting that there were 47 KSIs in throughout the city over the 5-year period. And just in other work that I've done, it's definitely lower than some other agencies that I've seen. So when we also wanted to create these profiles, we looked at the killed and the fatal and severe injury collisions together.
Got it. That makes sense as well. Thank you. Okay, maybe a couple of quick ones. Will the full survey results be available about people's transportation preferences, answers about things like speeding cameras on El Camino and so on?
I believe that will be provided as an appendix to this report. Yes.
Okay, great. And maybe one question for staff. Can you talk more about the Vision Zero goal for 2030? Have we officially adopted that? The packet language seems to suggest that we have.
We have not officially adopted it yet. We have talked about, we have your input on that, but we have not officially adopted it yet. That will be at council.
Got it. Just wanted to clarify the language. Yep.
Thank you. Commissioner Templeton?
I want to thank Ms. Starlack and her whole team for working on this really important report that we hope will save many lives of adults and children in our community. Thank you, Ashley, for your presentation as well. Finding myself a little bit struggling for words because we're by necessity approaching this very analytically, but it's a very emotional topic. So I want to go to the 2 slides about students and youth. One was about safe routes to school, and let's start there. And then we can look at the children, collisions involving children. Could you please bring that up?
Yeah,
thank you.
That's the right one.
So let's go to the solutions slide, the next slide. Could you please advance?
Lagging. Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry.
there we go. Oh,
Yeah.
there's a lag, I see.
Sorry.
Are these, can you explain, are there no KSI crashes here? Or is it the red circles represent, it's confusing. Is this, can you just clarify whether there's KSIs in this network or not?
Yes, so there are 2 KSI bicycle collisions.
And where are they located? I don't see the red dots.
They are located, sorry, one moment.
I see it, Ashley. It's 2018 Embarcadero Road in Bryant and 2019 Meadow Drive and Alma. And I just want to be clear that even though this says walk and roll bike routes, these KSIs did not involve youth.
That's what I was trying to figure out because I hadn't heard of any KSIs during that time frame in this location.
Right. So we just overlaid the map of our school routes, which is kind of a proxy for roads that we think are low stress.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, Ms. Starlack. Let's advance to the children collisions slide with the potential solutions. Okay. If we implemented all 4 of these things, would we have no red dots on this? Looking back, I understand we can't predict the future, but would these 4 things prevent those 3 deaths or KSIs? Or do we know?
So these are listed as potential countermeasures. Any actual countermeasure chosen would have to fit the context of that road or that location. I don't have the specifics of all of these KSIs, and so I can't really answer your question.
That's okay. I recognize it's a little bit of a difficult question to approach, but The reason I mention it is someone mentioned Vision Zero. That's been on my mind here during this whole presentation, is how do we make this place not have KSIs for our pedestrians and bicyclists. And when I have listened to this presentation, I'm feeling like I don't have any surety that we would have solved the problems. And I'd love to have that whenever we do decide on the countermeasures. I think that would be a really helpful conversation and a healing conversation and a comforting conversation to have. I am, when I'm working on bicycle safety, I talk with an activist in our community, and sometimes I tell her I don't feel safe biking as much as I used to. And her counterpoint is, you know, biking is safer than other types of vehicles, and we have a very relatively safe community to bike in, and we want to encourage more of that. And it's a conflict in my heart of how do we address that, because we love our community and we want to make it safer to bike in, but we love our children and we want them to be safe. So I will stop now. I'm on the verge of having an emotional moment, but my point is, let's make sure we're addressing the human side. When we come back and talk about how we're going to address things that have already happened and reduce the likelihood of them happening again. It's not just a statistics game. It's not just, you know, making our numbers better in the bar charts. It's people's lives. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Heckman?
Thank you. So first, thanks to staff. This is, you know, a long coordinated process. And I think this is a great step in that process to have you collect the data, reveal it in ways that are easily digestible, not just by commissioners, but by members of our community, and to start connecting that data to solutions globally, sort of macro at this point, but realizing that as we go forward, it's going to become micro. And so I think that's terrific. I wanted to get a little bit of clarity on a couple of things. If you can pull up the slide that had the high injury network.
Sorry, let me pull that up and then I will share my screen. Sorry. Okay. Apologies.
There you go. Thank you. So the diagram on the right side of the screen, I think, pretty sure is the same as figure 5 in our staff report, which is on packet page 13. So I was curious, following a question by Commissioner Aiken regarding the 63% of collisions on 4% of Palo Alto streets. Before the meeting, when I was reviewing this, I was trying to identify what those streets were. And so maybe you could help me with that. I mean, are we talking about El Camino, Middlefield, maybe San Antonio and one other? What are the streets in the 4%? Or Charleston? Yeah.
Yes, so the HIN covers El Camino Real, Middlefield, Embarcadero, Charleston, Oregon Expressway, University Avenue, San Antonio Road, and a few others that gets into kind of the 1% range. These add up to the 63%, and then just looking at mileage of the total roadway network, that's where we get the 4% of Palo Alto streets.
Got it.
So
So,
yeah, the
okay, all right.
mileage.
all right. So yeah, it's a linear, basically, linear calculation. So for example, El Camino is included. And that's the whole length of it, basically, as it passes through Palo Alto. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, all right. So second question on this figure 5, looking at Embarcadero, which is shown in this figure 5, I see one red dot, and I'm wondering if that's how many you see. It's over, maybe Lewis
this.
area. Yeah, right there.
Yeah, so this also took into account the severe injury collisions as well. So as you can see there, the blue dots are also spread throughout the whole corridor. So that's why that was another consideration for including this on the high injury network.
Yeah, and I have no issue with that. I just want to make sure I'm reading this diagram right, which says that on Embarcadero, there was one KSI. Actually, one KSI on this side of the freeway. It looks like there's another one on the other side of 101. Am I seeing the same thing you are?
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Ali, did you?
Go ahead.
If I could just add to part of the reason that Embarcadero is on this network is that we consider KSIs, and I think that there's another one hidden like right by the B in Embarcadero Road. But we consider KSIs and also whether or not it was a KSI involved a pedestrian or bicyclist.
Yeah.
And youth and senior collisions were also weighed in this kind of calculation.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and as I said, I've got no issue with including Embarcadero. I'm just trying to understand how many KSIs there were. And I do see that one that's hidden under the near the B. Can you go next to the slide on the residential arterials, which has its own map? There we go. So in this slide, it features Embarcadero, and I see 4 KSIs, and this one has ignored east of the freeway, which is fine. But so I'm seeing 4 KSIs here and only 2 on figure 5. And so I want to these obviously the same data is driving all of these diagrams. Some of them are, you're peeling away data, like there's a similar one that you showed after this, it's alcohol related. So I understand why on Embarcadero there would be fewer red dots if not all of these red dots were alcohol related. But this one I think is intended to show all of them. And so I just want to point out to staff to maybe help us understand why I'm seeing different numbers, or if it's because things are being hidden, think about that in future versions of these diagrams.
Yeah, I think, and Ali, tell me if I'm wrong, it looks like the data query for this was actually vehicle to vehicle only collisions and not all collisions.
That is correct, but those would be included in the HIN network. So I think it's just a matter of them being kind of hidden behind other.
Okay, it's the layers of the dots on.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, so we can move those so that they're visible.
Okay. Just so other people won't be confused, right?
Thanks for that.
Let's see. Those are my questions. Thanks again.
Thank you. I am not seeing, Commissioner Rekdal?
Yeah. This will be somewhat repetitive, but yeah, this is really good stuff. A lot of the staff report had a lot of good data, not a lot of conclusions, and that's challenging to do, but best you can as you're starting this data, we need actionable data. And so if you can find some causation, find some ways to flush out the causation, that would be very good. I had some of the same concerns about, for example, in Charleston, shows a lot of dots on Charleston. I bike on Charleston. It's so much safer today than it was before.
Right.
And so volumes of those roads really play a part, I think. Also, like on packet page 11, they talk about 16% of collisions are senior citizens. What percentage of drivers are senior citizens? And maybe they're in family, maybe they're bigger. I'm not sure if 16% is big or small for that. And so having the denominator for some of these things would be very useful for trying to get out causation. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thanks for that comment. I did want to mention something about Charleston because I also saw those collisions and wanted to note that Charleston is still not completed. That corridor, Charleston-Rostadero corridor, is still not completed. We are still waiting to stripe the bike lanes across El Camino Real. I also went through and looked at the collisions that appear on this map and mapped them according to which part of Charleston was completed at the time. And the parts, essentially most of the collisions that happened were happening on the parts that had not been constructed on. So the more interesting data, I think, will come in the future once we have a completed corridor, and then we can do a real before and after collision analysis.
If we upgrade intersections, same thing, look at before and after. That would be really helpful for causation.
Yeah, I found that this data set, because of the construction period, it really kind of muddied the water. It's not really great. You can't really see what really is happening on Charleston.
Also Charleston, there's a lot of kids on Charleston and Rostadero. So you'd expect them to have accidents, especially bicycle to bicycle.
Yeah, it's not clear. I can't tell from the data that we have right here how many of these are, oh wait, hang on, let me take a look here. How many of these are, oh, are these bike collisions? They are bicycle involved. Okay, they are bicycle involved. All right, thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other lights, so unless somebody, one of my colleagues would like to add more. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think it's a good start. I hope we can get to real specificity at locations. A lot of these things sound kind of like boilerplate options. And I think we need to look at these some of these intersections very, very carefully. But I think I assume that's down the road.
That's the work that's coming. Yes, thank you.
So I know. So that's not a problem. I was wondering if you thought the survey response was good. Number of surveys.
I mean, for a city-run survey, it actually
seemed pretty high.
Did well. Yeah.
Okay. And then I wanted to ask a question about lights, more lighting at night. And there are certain cities that don't have any street lights. Around here, I think they tend to be sort of semi-rural places maybe, and maybe that's the reason, but like Saratoga, and I think Los Altos Hills, I'm sure. Is there some way to understand the correlation between lighting and safety?
Ashley, I don't know if you want to say anything about lighting and safety. One thing I noticed just even in my own neighborhood in Midtown, sometimes there are a lot of leaves on those trees that block the streetlights. So I have the same question as you, and I wonder about streetlight placement and trees. And if you can, I've noticed when the trees drop, I see more things on when the trees drop leaves, I find that the lighting is better on the street. So it's a good question. And Ashley, do you have any feedback on that?
Not at this time. I think that is helpful information for us to kind of look into as we prepare the report as well, and to kind of include more information down the road. I know that Johns Hopkins is also doing some studies about lighting and nighttime collisions. So I'm happy to share those with commissioners as well.
Thanks.
Thank you. That would be very interesting. And then I think That is it for me. I see that Commissioner Templeton has her light on.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry about that. I forgot to mention something, but before I get into that, I just want to say that the lighting, the further you get away from the highway, the more the lighting is a blessing and a curse. And I encourage anybody who's looking into it to look at maybe ways to do more with reflective surfaces to help us find the roads easier and to see objects like cars or bikes. Don't need to say more about that right now, but the other thing no one yet mentioned it, but the patterns in the collisions and KSIs that we saw show a need to improve the flow and safety of El Camino. So, it was the first thing we talked about today before we got to this agenda item. So I assume it's separate, but wow, that data is very compelling. So just wanted to call that out. Thank you.
Okay, now I'm really not seeing any other lights, so I want to thank our consultants and our staff for that presentation, and we look forward to the next installment.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so that means we're going to move on to our action items. The first one we have is legislative, but we're going to do disclosures for it. It was suggested at pre-meeting that we should, and that's 4075 El Camino Way, Palo Alto Commons Consideration of Planned Community Project Amendment. So we can just go down the line, starting with Commissioner Templeton for disclosures, if you don't mind.
I have no disclosures, and I haven't been contacted in any way about being within any kind of radius, although I live across the street in Barron Park. So I think it's fine.
Thanks.
No disclosures.
I visited the site today, but I actually have a close family friend who's there right now. So I've been there quite a bit in the last 2 months. That's the only disclosure.
I also visited the site today.
I visited the site and just walked around the block.
I visited the site, but I had no conversations.
I also visited the site. No other interaction.
Excellent, thank you. So we can go ahead and I believe Ms. Callis will be giving us our staff report.
Ms. Callis is uploading her staff presentation, and
Thank you.
yes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Emily Callis, and I am the planner for this project. This evening, we're reviewing 4075 El Camino Way, a planned community amendment. This proposal, which is an amendment to an existing planned community project, allows for the construction of 18 additional assisted living units to an existing 121 unit assisted living facility. There's no change to the overall building height proposed. However, some of these proposed additions would slightly encroach into the daylight plane. It's also important to note that assisted living, although many people live there, these are not considered housing units towards our housing goals, and assisted living is considered a commercial land use. This map shows the location of the project along El Camino Way, which is near El Camino Real, but its own street. There's also a slight frontage of this building on West Meadow Drive, and to the rear of the property are single-family houses along Wilkie Way. In terms of process, this is the same planned community process that a new planned community or planned home zoning process would be going through. This project had a council pre-screening in August, and shortly thereafter followed with filing their formal application. This is the first of the Planning and Transportation Commission meetings, after which the next steps would be to go to the Architectural Review Board. After the Architectural Review Board gives a recommendation, it would return to the PTC before going to council for a final decision. This shows the site plan. The highlighted areas are the additions to the building. Most of these are filling in existing stepped back areas to a height of 3 stories in most places, although one of them is only 2 stories. Additionally, 2 new additions that include first floor additions are proposed on the side that is closest to the neighboring Goodwill store. The total addition is approximately 6,800 square feet. It would have an up to 1 foot 8 inch encroachment into the daylight plane, and I have some diagrams that better illustrate that later in the plan or later in the presentation. But no change to the maximum building height or setbacks adjacent to the single family home are proposed. This shows the project elevation as seen from the street. There are no additions on this elevation, so this one mostly just shows the color changes, and the architect will go into more detail on this during their presentation. But this shows the elevation closest to the single family homes. The areas outlined with the dashed lines show the areas of the addition. This is 1/2 of the rear facade. It is very long, and then on the next slide, it has the rest of the facade, but I'll give everyone another minute before moving on to the next slide. Then as noted, this slide shows the same view just further down the block. To the extent possible, the windows have been oriented to not face directly into the single family yards, although this is primarily through just following the existing precedent set by the other units. Additionally, you can see the outlines of existing and proposed landscaping that will also help shield windows from those views. This slide shows the daylight plane protrusions as were presented at the council pre-screening. As you can see, there were several instances where the daylight plane protrusion exceeded a full story's height, right? This is more than 10 feet. But the plans have been modified, and so what is in front of us this evening is an improvement where the maximum daylight plane protrusion is limited to 1 foot 8 inches. This is only 2 views. There are several views in the plan set, as well as key plans that show where along the building these sections are taken from. Another consideration for the neighboring single-family houses was the effect of the shadows of the addition into neighboring yards. And so the plan set includes diagrams from March, June, and December demonstrating the impacts. This one is the largest impact during the winter evening hours, specifically around 4 p.m. With the left side showing what the existing conditions are and the right side showing what the proposed changes would be outlined in red. Other zoning considerations, since this is a planned community amendment, they are proposing to make changes that go beyond the development standards that the existing planned community allows for. As noted, the daylight plane protrusion, also the interior yard setback adjacent to the Goodwill store would be reducing from 8 feet to 6 feet. The density would be increasing by the proposed 18 units. The lot coverage and FAR would increase by approximately 700 feet and 6,800 feet respectively. And the parking is being studied, however, per the required number of parking spaces for the use. There is an adequate number of parking spaces currently provided. We have received a number of neighbor comments that are included in the report and have been emailed to the Planning Commission over the last couple of days. Some that I wanted to highlight were concerns about noise, both construction noise and operational noise, and a noise study is being prepared. Neighbors have expressed the desire for the step backs adjacent to the single family homes to be maintained as is, and to consider having the addition be on other parts of the building. As noted, concerns about the shadows. And lastly, concerns about parking, and a parking study is also being prepared. The recommended motion is that the Planning and Transportation Commission provide feedback and recommend moving the project forward to the Architectural Review Board. This concludes my presentation, and the architect and owner team from WellQuest has also prepared a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have another presentation. Yeah.
I'm Steve Sandholtz with WellQuest. We are the manager operator of Palo Alto Commons in the Avant, and are here representing WellQuest and the Reller family that owns the property. I think you're all familiar with this community and the service and care that it provides to seniors in Palo Alto. It's been an important part of the senior care service offering here for 35 years. And it is time for the property to get upgraded a little bit. And we're in the process of doing that. So if you've been to the community recently, you've recognized that we are doing construction. We're doing some renovations right now to maintain just the quality of the community and make sure that we can maintain a very high service level to the residents there for an extended period of time. So we're investing in the community to make sure that it can continue to serve the senior population here in Palo Alto to the best ability possible. When we presented this to City Council in August, we got a number of comments and feedback that we have tried to be responsive to over the last few months in both amending our plan and doing community outreach and studying, impacts like parking and other things that the addition we're now proposing would have. Recognizing the concern of the back neighbors and what we would be doing if we expanded the building, in that direction, the council asked us to consider growing in other ways. They were very supportive of adding additional units, recognizing the need for additional senior housing units in the marketplace. And we did undertake that study. They primarily asked us if we could add a fourth floor, but on the front of the building that would have less of an impact. And unfortunately, that is just not an economically feasible way to grow, because it involves, major changes to the entire building structure. And so it was not a viable way for us to proceed. But we did begin looking for ways that we could accomplish the expansion, add some additional units with less impact on the neighbors. And as a result, we did come up with 3 locations, 2 that are kind of behind the Goodwill building, and 1 that's really interior to the project between the Avant building and Palo Alto Commons, where we would add units that are basically coming from the ground up. So 7 of the proposed additional 18 units are new from what our initial plan represented by adding additional structure in those locations. We then were trying to be responsive to the need to get out of the daylight plane as much as possible. And so we eliminated some units along the back And we shrunk some units along the back so that we could bring them back further from the property line and get out of the daylight plane. Whereas before, we were intruding 8 to 10 feet into the daylight plane. Now there's 5 locations along the back of the building where we do intrude, but it's limited to a maximum of 1 foot 8 inches, as was mentioned in staff's report. I believe you've received a copy of our presentation on this, and I won't belabor it because I think you're pretty familiar with what we're proposing. I'll just mention a couple of quick highlights. It would take the total project that is currently, it is 121 units in Palo Alto Commons, but with the Avant, it's a total of 165 units today. So the addition would take it to 183. The existing parking spaces today are 99. With the additional units, our parking requirement is 90. So we are sufficiently parked. I already mentioned, and staff mentioned as well, the changes that we've made. There is an intrusion into the daylight plane, but we've minimized it to where it's really just the parapet above the roof line in a few locations across the back of the property. Additionally, we looked at a few different things. With the existing parking, is it fully utilized today? And the answer is no. We typically have about 30 empty parking stalls. Our population doesn't drive for the most part. We provide transportation services for our residents. And we also did an analysis of how our employees get to work. And 60% either use public transportation or rideshare. So when we look at the additional staffing that would be required to service up to 18 additional apartments in the project, we're probably adding 2 staffing people per shift. Our largest shift has 52 people on during the middle of the day. And if we use kind of the same utilization of public transportation and ride sharing, we're probably talking about the need for 1 additional parking stall for the staff after the expansion. We currently have 30 open stalls, so we still adequately still have 29 spaces after the expansion. We've also proposed to add some bike parking, an additional 6 spaces for our employees that choose to get to work in that fashion. The city council encouraged us to do some community outreach. And so we have reached out to our neighbors. We had an open house a few months ago that we invited council and neighbors to come. I'd love to say that we had complete agreement with our neighbors as to the impact of this project. That wouldn't be the case, but we have listened to their concerns. We're looking to take additional measures. There's a lot of mature trees along the back property line that screen and shelter the Palo Alto Commons building from our neighbors. We're proposing to plant some additional trees that would further screen, the building additions from our neighbors' perspective. So we're trying to listen. It is our intent to be a good neighbor. We've been in the community for 35 years. I think we have a good reputation and want to maintain that, and that's very important both to WellQuest and to the family. I won't go through any of the other slides in greater detail, but we have a number of exhibits that kind of show where the building's growing, what we've done to kind of adjust to stay out of the daylight plane as much as possible. But happy to answer any questions you might have about Palo Alto Commons and our proposed expansion.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And I do see that Commissioner Heckman has a light on. Oh, no, it was a legacy light. So I thought we would go to clarifying questions first and then to the public, and then we'll bring it back to for discussion. So Commissioner Chang and then Commissioner Aiken.
Hi, thank you so much for the graphics. It is helpful to see them in the form that you have presented versus the plans.
Yeah.
So my first question is about the daylight plane, and this is with respect to what was in our packet. And also, I'm going to say it's page A 5.7 in the plans. So this is it's the elevations that show the daylight plane in many little diagrams. So if you look at packet page, I think it's 49. It seems that there's a different daylight plane being used. So one is at they're at different angles. I think you could see it even in and so I can't tell, looking at these two diagrams, how much of the change is due to using a 45-degree line versus a 30 or 60-degree line, depending on which way you're going at it. And the reason I'm asking about it is because it would make a pretty big difference in terms of what protrudes into the daylight plane. Yeah, slide 9. So slide 9 shows, two of the little drawings that we have in our packets.
So they are all supposed to be 45-degree angles. That is how the daylight plane is measured.
So I was under the understanding that with a PC that's abutting a residential property, that the daylight plane is supposed to be at a different angle. So like, if you look at packet page 49, that's the other angle. It's not a 45-degree line. It's a 30, 60, 90 triangle if you look at, rather than a 45. So it's like for every 3 feet in the slope is different. Okay. And you can even see it looking at the drawings, like it's a different slope.
Yeah. So compare slide 9 with packet page 49. Slide 9 versus packet page 40.
Well, I mean, there's different, the angle is I think the angle is all the
The
same.
angle's different. It's very different. And I'm concerned because there is in our code with respect to PCs that are well, yeah, that's my question. Are they supposed to be the same picture? Because if they are, and the building design hasn't changed.
So these are both proposed at 2 different points along the building. So one's showing a part of the building where it's a 2-story addition. The other one is showing where it's a 3-story addition, and there's, 6 other scenarios.
Take one
shown in the
section, right? Take
plans.
section G, for example, which is
Yeah.
the same section, same point. And it's an earlier proposal, if I understand, and the current proposal. And the slope is different, and I don't think the building is different because there's 2 floors existing and a 3rd floor added on top of it.
That's still G.
Right, so if you look at section G, there's 2 floors of existing, and then a 3rd floor that goes on top of it, right up to the edge of the current existing. So that has to be the same building design as in section G on the plan set A 5.7. And so that means there's been no change, if I understand correct. Is that correct, Mr.
Sandholz.
Steve?
Yeah. As far as I know, we have used 45 degrees as, the measurement angle for the daylight plane in all of our analyses.
Then, because this is so the other one that I'm looking at, that's not a 45-degree angle, is where there's, that was an attachment that looked like it came from a letter from Irwin Partners.
This is Daniel Bowman of
Okay.
Irwin
Hi.
Partners. He's our architect. Maybe
was-
he can.
Yeah, and I was going to jump in, I'm sorry, but we were trying to look at what you were looking at, and it seems that there was something in the packet from an early, it pulled off the web that was from September.
Yeah, this is the older plan
old
set.
Right, so I understand that that's the older plan set. That's probably what was shown to city council, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so my question is, like, where it looks like there was a major daylight plane incursion, for example, in section G, there is no longer a major daylight plan incursion in the new section G. And the only difference there is not in the building design, but it's in the slope of the daylight plane line. So my question is, what is the correct slope that should be used? Because if you use one slope, the daylight plane incursion is awful. And if you use the other slope, the daylight plane incursion is not as bad.
Yeah, so I could answer that one. So originally, yeah, it was the wrong slope and we corrected it. So section G might not have any building design difference because it is way under the daylight plane, but there are other sections. We did pull the building back at least 6 to 8 feet in certain sections.
Okay, that's helpful to understand. Thank you. So then my question for staff is a follow-on to that is, according to my understanding of PC code, it says that we're supposed to not be using a 45-degree, but a 30-degree line if it's a PC next to residential.
So yeah, I'll jump in. Our Title 18, Chapter 1838, 150, item E talks about daylight plane when it's a PC next to an R1 or RE or R2. Then it's got this daylight plane that starts at 10 feet and then increases at a slope of 3 feet for each 6 feet of distance. So that's the
correct, right,
applicable daylight plane,
which is not a 45-degree line. And so but I'm wondering whether the current new drawings are using the correct daylight plane per our code.
It also says it can be identical to the daylight plane. And I think that's what I was using.
However, for the use for the gross floor area. That's just what it is.
So our PC originally is the 10 feet up to 45 degrees, and that's where that 45 degrees came from as the original PC. And then it's possible the municipal code does say, yeah, the 2 to 3, but under the.
So I don't have the language of the original PC in front of me, but does staff know if that daylight plane is specified in the PC? Because one of my biggest questions was what has changed since since the current building was built. Like those step backs that are built into the building were built there for a reason. And this is the same question that Councilmember Lowing asked. And so I'm just trying to look at all the drawings and try and figure out what I'm looking at.
So I'm not intimately familiar with the drawings. I do see that this code section could have some level of interpretation, and I don't have the answer, but if it's considered residential in the past, the PC may have been considered residential, and therefore that's what the past daylight plane was. And how we look at this use is commercial because it's assisted living rather than residential per se. So that's when you have to look at both parts of the paragraph here in the code. But I don't have the answer about how the plans match.
Okay, well, so that's hopefully when we look at this again, we'll have more information on that. My follow-up question, and the reason why I was actually delving into this level of detail is what I'm trying to look at what council had seen, right, in the pre-screen, and then understand what you guys have shaved off. And so I was wondering if you could show us one of those elevations where there were red sections and show us which were the areas where you have pushed back 6 feet or have removed units, or and if you could go into a little bit more detail there, because we can't, there's nothing in what we've seen where we can see the difference.
Right,
and
you
what
didn't have the
modification-
prior submittal, so you're looking at this, but you can't tell what changes were made.
Correct.
Yeah. The locations where we moved it back by 6 feet.
Yes, so if you could step us through that, that would help us understand, and help us put city council's comments into perspective.
In your packets, A 2.3A, there are some units in it on the top left that they have been pulled back at a 45-degree angle. Originally, they were more of a square shape of unit, and so it has been significantly pulled back on at least those 2 units. And that's just an example. There are other units that have been pulled back to being less square and being more with a 45-degree cut.
Thank you. What I was really wishing for was sort of that 5.7 view of like before and after, just so that we could see what was done for the daylight plane. Second question, clarifying question, is around parking. So when I visited the site today, I counted 7 spaces, 6 or 7, I think, depending on whether you're counting the, there's a special ADA vehicle space. And so, but I had seen in the packet that there's actually supposed to be 14 visitor spots. So where are the additional 7 visitor spots right now?
They're in the garage. So they're
Inside, behind the gate or in front of the gate?
behind.
Oh, so they're not really accessible as visitors, for visitors to use, is that correct?
I'm going to check with, we're fortunate to have Lily here, who is our executive director at Palo Alto Commons. Yeah, how do visitors access the garage?
Yeah, we have the visitors to access to the garage, and also they are about 9 at the front, and also another additional 8 before in front of the gate. So those are a total 17, which is accessible to the guests as well.
Okay, because right now, those spaces that are in front of the gate had big signs that said staff or employee parking only or something like that. So I just want to know where these spaces are supposed to be that are referred to. So it sounds like it's supposed to be those spaces that are in front of the gate.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
thanks. And then final question regarding parking. The applicant presentation talked about 99 spaces, and those 99 spaces are for Avant and Palo Alto Commons in combination. Is that correct? And so with respect to, this is a question to staff, with respect to how things are parked for just Palo Alto Commons, is the parking ratio still good with the addition of the 18 units? Or are we allowed to look at the site as a whole? Because the reality of how the parking functions at, when I visited the site was that there's Avant parking and Palo Alto Commons parking, and they are separate.
Correct. The parking is separate. As indicated on the cover sheet of the plans, the requirement for this side is 57, and that is what is provided.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's it for my questions right now.
Okay, Commissioner Aiken and then Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you, Chair. Well, that's a tough act to follow. One of the disadvantages of using vegetation as a privacy screen is that because it's closer to the property line, it tends to increase shading on the adjacent properties. So the question I had is whether you considered using either privacy glazing or trellises in front of the windows to provide privacy other than planting vegetation, which might cause more shading.
We haven't looked at that in any great detail. Most of the vegetation that is providing screening right now is existing. The new trees that we're planting sit back off the fence line as well. So they're not right on the fence line like some of the existing trees, but I don't know that we've looked at any other screening.
Thank you, Commissioner Heckman. Oh, no light. I don't know. It's a mystery. Commissioner Templeton. Okay, there must be a mouse turning on my lights up here. Thank you for that clarification. I will say, it appears to me in the code, the calculation for daylight plane when it's a lot line abuts a low density residential is very clear, and there's only one way to interpret it. And though I'm not the mathematician that some of my colleagues are, it does seem like it hasn't been done correctly. And so that's a problem, because then the incursion into the daylight plane is even greater than what's already there. The parking also is kind of a mystery. When I did a site visit, there were not 14 visitor parking spots. There were 6 and 1 ADA van, and there's a little circulation space left over, but that's what's marked in the front from my observation. And the parking garage was open until the gated portion and looked to be 100% full. So I don't know really how many spaces this are, because your slide said 99, and I think Commissioner Chang reckoned that was probably both buildings, and this building has to be parked separately, and the Avant has to be parked separately. And then also this says in the attachment B on the table, zoning comparison table, it said, packet page 27, it says 57 spaces required and 57 there. But then on packet page 22, it says the applicant clarified that of the 55 spaces on the site, 41 are dedicated to on-site staff, 14 are for visitors, and the numbers don't add up. So I think, and the parking in this specific area is really crazy, because I'm sure you know El Camino Way is solidly parked all the time. And in fact, El Camino in that location on both sides is fully parked. And when I went there, I had to park on Wilkie Way, and Wilkie Way is pretty parked up also. I had to go to the very end of Wilkie Way, but you can see where we need some assurance about this location that it isn't going to have parking issues. And you have one? No. So I think we need to clarify both the daylight plane requirements under our current code, not whatever, because they're asking to amend a PC. So we open up the PC, original PC, and amend it but it has to be done according to our current laws. And then the parking really needs to be sort of understood better and unpacked. It doesn't feel like there's 14 visitor spaces and everything is totally parked. The Goodwill is totally parked. I mean, it's really a difficult parking situation on that little street. And I think everybody who's ever been there trying to get something done knows that. It's also a very sensitive area because it's a bike route and it's a crazy one, safe bike route. So those are my main concerns. And I think they coincide with the concerns of the council last August, and you have made improvements, and we really appreciate you wanting to add more capacity and fixing the building up. And but we have to get these two things right. So those are my concerns at this point. Do I have other comments and questions? Oh yeah, go ahead.
I'm just pointing out, that's all we're doing right now before public
Yeah, I
comment. It's our
know.
technical
Okay.
questions. So I
Yes.
don't have any.
Okay.
Wayne?
I just wanted to provide clarification on the parking numbers. So because for the purposes of the zoning code, ADA spaces count as 2 parking spaces. And as the plans indicate, there's 2 ADA spaces. So there's 55 parking spaces, but it's counted as 57 parking spaces. Additionally, the information provided by the applicant, while very helpful to give us an idea of what's going on, is not the same as the parking study that I mentioned in my presentation as being prepared, which will be prepared by one of our transportation consultants.
And I'm sure that parking study will be useful, but we didn't have it for this meeting. Anyway, I think if there's.
Sorry, and I have one more thing
yes,
to
sorry.
add, because the earlier question was about that code section or how that related. So we did locate the original PC for Palo Alto Commons, and that was called residential. And so that section of the code that says if it's at least 60% residential, then the daylight plane is, the same, identical to the daylight plane of the most restrictive residential district. So that's why back in the day, this was Palo Alto Commons was called residential in the PC ordinance.
To clarify though, has the use changed since then? So
No, it's the same use.
Okay. But for the purposes of the PC, the initial PC, it was called
It was called out
residential.
as residential.
Okay.
Housing residential for the elderly.
Okay.
Oh, I just want to confirm the bottom line of what you were just saying with regards to the daylight plane. So you were saying that the daylight plane would be the most restrictive residential daylight plane?
It would be identical if this, well, it was considered residential. So back in the day when the Palo Alto Commons came about, the daylight plane, because it was at least 60% residential, could be identical to the daylight plane requirements of the most restrictive residential district abutting each such side or rear lot line.
The most restrictive.
So in other words,
because
match
it's
the
abutting a
R1.
R1, then it would match the R1.
Yes.
I see. Got it.
Okay, if there are no other clarifying questions, I think we should go to the public. And you will get 5 minutes, and I think there's at least one group of 5, and you get 15 minutes.
Yes, first is our group of 5, Kevin G. speaking on behalf of Janice L., Edwin Ong, Celine Wang, and Katie Peterson.
Hi, Commission. This actually brings back some memories because actually in college, I worked on a TIMS dataset project. So I just want to call out the previous project as being really cool. I did a TIMS analysis for the TAMC, the Transportation Authority of Monterey County, and it's still on their website and used for SB1 grants. So I just wanted to say that was super cool to see staff prepare that in the last section. But my name is Kevin, and I am a resident of 4072 Wilkie Way, directly behind this property here. And I definitely would not say I am up to the Palo Alto Municipal Code as much as commissioners here, as well as staff. But I just want to highlight some of the concerns that I have, both kind of from a code perspective, but also from my personal experience having grown up in this house. First, I'd like to point out some of the meeting information that was provided to City Council as of the August 27th. I just want to call out specifically in the comprehensive plan land use designations that in policy L 6.8 that we should support existing regulations that preserve exposure to natural light for single family residences. And I also had a more clarifying question. I saw that in this document that zoning code section 18.38 for planning communities requires public benefit. I believe, and totally correct me if I'm wrong, that when we're making amendments to planned communities, that we also need to abide by some of these zoning code sections in terms of this. So I just had a clarifying question. I don't know about that. I'll continue with my minutes. But primarily, I want to circle back to what Commissioner Chang said. Most of my personal impacts are from the daylight plane. I'll call your attention to Title 18.6060. Sorry, I don't really know exactly the numbering. Section 4, subsection B, that massing and orientation of buildings that respect and mirror massing neighborhood structures by stepping back upper stories to transition to similar small scale buildings, which are the R1 neighborhoods that we live in today. And that subsections E suggests or recommends limiting sun and shade impacts on abutting properties such as ours. I just want to put a personal note that I loved growing up there, and one of the main activities I used to do with my parents was gardening in my backyard, and so I would love to continue being able to do that, and hopefully the shade impacts would not cause harm there. I also want to call out some of, I think I saw this, but I'll defer to staff about this, that when building in some of these zones such that they are over 20 feet higher than adjacent R1 neighborhoods, that there needs to be a certain step back. I saw that somewhere in the code, can't find it again. I'll defer to staff and it's a very long code. This first time looking at it was last night, so please bear with me with this. I don't look at the municipal code for fun. I hope none of you do either. Maybe you do if you're on this commission. So just please bear with me as I'm navigating through this. And these concerns were also outlined, as Commissioner Chang said, by Councilmember Burt, Mayor Stone, and Councilmember Vicker at the last City Council meeting. I also want to personally talk about some of the parking overflow. Sorry, I'm picking on Commissioner Chang a lot, but Commissioner Chang mentioned earlier that she potentially does do visits at Palo Alto Commons, and I'd say that my experience kind of visually and having lived through this environment is that it's less about, as I know the planners have mentioned, the folks themselves there don't really drive as much, but it's mostly about the visitors, right? Like hopefully if there are folks who are living there, that there is at least one person that's like interested in visiting them, right? And so I think that the parking spaces should be considered on that kind of methodology as opposed to the folks that are actually living there. And we've seen from personal experience that there are significant parking collisions. We saw that Chair Suma also had that experience when trying to visit as well. That when I try to come to back to my house, there may not be any parking, right? And we feel that it's pretty difficult and a little bit of a public nuisance on our street, which is a little bit difficult to manage. I also wanted to call out, I don't know which commissioner mentioned about the safe routes to school, as someone who grew up here K through 12, that was one of my primary biking corridors. So I just want to call out whichever commissioner called that out. I think that was really important to me. One of the other concerns that I haven't heard mentioned today yet so far is about the noise. So one of the things that at least our house, we don't have a HVAC or an AC system. And so we primarily focus on keeping the doors open and reducing energy consumption during the summer months to keep cool. But one thing that's been particularly bothering my family, at least, is the noise caused by the HVAC systems during the summer. I know that there's a 73 decibel limit for the noise. I'd encourage, I don't know if this is the right place to call for it, for a noise study, particularly in kind of the peak months where we see significant energy and HVAC noise. And I think I really want to specifically mention during the peak time, because like if we measure, for example, in March, like maybe no one is using the AC or the heater, right? But I think it's specifically about those peak months. Yeah, so those are some of my primary concerns. I also want to call out that I'm really empathetic towards the assisted living community, and that it's not as much about like preventing from building. I think that there are lots of my fellow neighbors here present tonight, and we'd love to continue working with them on kind of what that looks like. I think that as City Council has recommended in the past to look towards larger buildings on the non-R1 adjacent side, I think the neighborhood would love to be more involved in some of those discussions. Right now, based on my reading of the comments that the company provided, it seems like it's primarily costs that are the increment, but I'd highly want to call the attention of the commission that the costs, while we are sympathetic towards the costs of these facilities, it's a significant public, at least it's a harm for the neighborhood to have significant shade on some of the backyards. And looking at some of the diagrams, so I'm currently spending a significant portion of my time in the ADU on my property, of which the primary window is facing the back lot. With this daylight encroachment, some days I'll have very few hours of daylight that will be entering my ADU, the ADU room that I'm currently spending significant portions of time in. And I believe that this would, like, I would prefer to keep it in the current stair kind of setback setup that we have today. One final comment. One of our neighbors recently sold his property, which was on the street, and he's been living here for over 50 years. And one of the reasons for the move was because of this. And he was the one who, if you go through the comments, has started kicking off the discussion with the neighborhood back in August. And so when he said he was living here in the 80s, there was a kind of a good neighbor agreement with Palo Alto Commons that we would maintain the stair step. Like the reason why we initiated the stair step methodology was to help preserve the daylight for the neighbors. And so now we're hoping to continue working with Palo Alto Commons as one of our neighbors in good faith. Thank you, Commission, for your time.
Thank you very much.
Next is Mona Haig.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Oh, can you guys hear me? Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Emily.
You really need to talk into the microphone.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, staff. I met Emily actually in person in November when I visited the planning department. My name is Mona, and I live in 4040 Wilkie Way. So I'm the one actually got directly impacted. I just want to point at something. Kevin said very great. A lot of information representing us. This is better? Okay. I primarily try to respond to the letter. Actually, the Palo Alto Commons had the respond letter regarding the City Council meeting on August 8th. I actually was attending this meeting as well. So I clearly remember the council were directly requesting to do the study of possible build the fourth floor toward into El Camino side to not build or not have an impact on the residential on our side. But in terms of like when the letter, what they were saying is they could build like, say, if they do 4-story, they can build up to 22, 23 units, and then they plus the 14 units again to include ours. So I think they totally don't get the idea what city council was trying to achieve is for them to build in the front and doesn't have the impact on the residential area. So the reason they respond for the 4th story, they say, oh, it's the economic, cost too much. For them, they are for-profit organizations. We are the resident. And so we can't fight for the big corporation to make money, but they cannot by saving money at expense for our residents. We lost our privacies, our shade, the shadow cast into us. I sent an email to Emily and include the picture from my house. I don't know if you guys were able to see the pictures. It's on I think it should be part of the meeting agendas. This is about 10 feet. So if you're standing here, you see that house is over there. All I see is the building. And if I sit in my backyard, there's no light. And because I took the picture at 12 o'clock at the time I'm taking the picture when they have the post up. So it's also, so that's what I'm kind of upset is like, where they were saying they're trying to, working with our residents. We try to create a win-win situation. But to me, right now, we're lopsided. We are the losing side because there's no benefit provided to the neighborhood, and they actually have increased the traffic. There's also, we lost our property, the privacy. And then, the building a tree, like Commissioner Klein says, building a tree is causing more shade, and we want to have a sunlight. We want to have a sun. I don't want to have a trees. I want to have a sun in my yard. I can sit back and then, just enjoying the sunshine. But once the building increased, we lost that from there permanently. So at the initial, the projects, 1988, the reason they build this step is they are trying to, accommodate it. Because I talk people, they have original owners. So they talk about they're doing this is for steps. So that allowed us at least have some sunshine to come into our side. There's no, shadow casting our sides. We have some, sun. But whatever the time we're agreed upon, and then the building was built that way. Now it's completely reversed. So Palo Alto Commons says, oh, this is a 1 story. And then let's just put it up, there's 3 stories. So they add from 1 story to 2 story and 3 stories. So my backyard directly, I will have a 4-unit add. So it used to be there's a 1 story, but now that 1 story is going to become strictly up to 3 story. And then all these 2-story building going to be all 3 story. It's going to be gigantic block of a building, overshadow and overcast, overlooking my yard. So this is just so, how do I say it? It's just I feel like it's like a corporation of, exploit us. We're the residents. We're the residents. We're being there for years, for generations. The people they were pushing out because the potential expansion, they have to sell their house. They live there for generations. And there's people they selling they're actually worked here. And they're Palo Alto School District teachers. They're move out. They're selling their house. So what is the Palo Alto Commons that bring to our neighborhood? And I actually talking to their staff parking on my street. I talked to them. I said, oh, where'd you guys work? Oh, we work in Commons. I said, why did you park here? We have no space to park. That is even before.
Thank you so much.
They actually starting proposing that. So the traffic is already there, very jammed.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you for hearing me.
Next is Ziming Wang.
Hello, committee. My name is Ziming Wang, and sorry, this is my first time here. Didn't prepare for this, but I would love to, I live in the neighborhood and on the Wilkie Street, and I totally agree with the committee member concern. Actually, this is my concern, and the Kevin and the lady also mentioned. One is the sunlight. I think that's very important for human being healthy. And then the another is for living will be privacy and the parking. I think the parking is really difficult at this day, at this time, at this stage. Special people mentioned, Kevin mentioned the consideration of parking will be also should include the visitor. And that should be considered as the needs of the parking when the parking lot. And then the yeah, so and then I agree also the when we have a get home, sometimes it's really difficult to find the parking spot, and we every family they should have the plan have enough spot, but later on basically we end up it's hard to find the parking lot. We have the park far away. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is Jenny Chen.
Hello, my name is Jenny Chen, and I'm a resident of 4072 Welcome. My son already speak several points over there, and I record whatever he says. The points of the plane, airway plane. What's the term for that? Huh? Oh, daylight plane. Yeah. Well, we study for that just to try to figure out what will impact our property. And the one more thing they talk about the daylight plane, and I talk about parking. But I also talk about some emotional, like my neighbor just sold the house. They mentioned, and then I want to say, I talked to them. They retired as a Palo Alto School District teacher. They try to enjoy their life, but they can't. So they have no choice. I just talked to them like right before they sell the house. They said they really don't like to sell the house, but they cannot do anything because they can foresee their future retirement life. There's no son. And then, right now, at least they can maybe capture some capital and then buy some house on the beach. So that really devastating for us, our current residents. So this is the only thing I want to emphasize. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Next is Garrett Chan.
Good evening, Commissioner. My name is Garrett Chan. I live on 4069 Wilkie Way. I have lived there for over 30 years. I raised my family there. My two boys are grown. I think my neighbors have really shared a lot of concern I have as well. As I sit right now, I am opposed to the project as it is designed. Commissioner Zuma, you mentioned already parking issue. I have the luxury of taking daily walk, and I see cars that belong to the staff of the Commons. And, the parking is an issue on the El Camino Way, on East Meadow, and on Wilkie Way. And as Kevin said, in coming home, you can't find parking space. So parking is an issue. Number two, all the renderings, all the elevation, they look great on paper. But when you actually see it in person, it's very imposing. A couple months ago, the developer did a mock-up using 2x4 framing and everything. And when it's up there, you look at it, it's very imposing. It's been mentioned, our neighbor Sean and Sherry moved away already. And that was one of the big reasons. So, like I said, I'm not going to bore you with all the other concerns that have been shared already, but, that's two of the concerns. My last concern has to do with property value. So, we've been there a long time. The company here is for profit. And what they do, they could do it other way, redesign it, cost more money, but it shouldn't be on our back. It shouldn't be at our cost to do this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Yanfeng Wang.
I'm Yanfeng Wang. My English, I'm Yanfeng Wang. My English is broken. I'm the first time coming into the Palo Alto City Hall. I'm proudly I can come here and can, let me tell you my story about buy the house. I got the house 40, 60 week away, 30 days before, is under the owner ask the price is under 150,000. I'm really happy. Every day go to work, hear the, the sounds. Because right now the marketing, but I get the price. Until last night, I know what's why. Second is now, I truly understand the original owner. I truly understand, my agent told me the owner loved his house very, 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 but he didn't told me why. Right now, I understand. It's really he loved his house. Everywhere put a stick. What's, even the paint, even the key, even the ceiling, the crack, everything, repair. I really, appreciate him. Other question is, this house is on the 45-degree angle, the mostly nearest the high building. I think, my ADU only 3 feet to the fence. And also the 50 degree, maybe under the fence, 10 feet. Is not enough to 30 feet. So really close, very close. And before the owner have the tree, is about, it's really high, he keeps it high. So anyway, I'm in pipe dream in last 3 days. I'm very happy. But right now, when I know this story, I really feel sad to my original owner. He is a very excellent professor, very excellent teacher. The agent, the focus, all his student. The Jiang King, the focus is this professor's student. So they know each other very, very much. So that's why he said, the owner loved his house very, very, very. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay.
Next is Lily Lee.
Good evening, members of the Transportation Commission and staff. I'm Lily Lee and I live at 4080 Wilkie Way. I've been a resident of Palo Alto since 1997 and I've lived in this house since 2003 and I've raised my children there. I love this community and would love to stay here for the longer term. I appreciate the chance to offer comments. I appreciated the open house that my family attended. And I have had the same concerns that you've heard from other residents tonight. And so we shared those with the Palo Alto Commons. And even though they offered opportunities for mitigation, we still oppose this project. So first, when we moved in, we were concerned about the privacy and the shading and the parking and the noise. So let me go through each one one by one. So for the privacy, we do have, in spite of some vegetation, a very direct line of sight from the residents there. And although we talked with Palo Alto Commons about shade trees, when they pointed out the diagrams that we got to review, it showed that there's very little space for planting any new shading. And in addition, that makes worse the shading in our backyard. So it makes it harder for us to enjoy our time back there, and also very hard to grow plants for the last 20 years. So as far as noise, before we moved in, we were warned by some of the neighbors that some of the residents could sometimes become distressed and loud. And so we have sometimes experienced that. And if more people move in, then there's a greater chance of more of that. In addition, the traffic and parking, my kids have biked to school every day. And there are many, many children who do. The more visitors we have to visit the residents, if there's going to be an increase, then that will increase the traffic and cause more safety hazard to children biking. And in addition, we have talked with people who have visited who do park right in front of our house or our neighbors' houses. When we talked with the Palo Alto Commons representatives about that, they said, oh, those visitors should know that they could park under the building. However, they don't sometimes. So we expect that with increased numbers of people living there, that these problems would correspondingly increase. So we do support housing for seniors. When we discovered how much it costs to live there, we saw that it's not really affordable to low-income seniors. And this really is a profit-making corporation. So I just want to conclude by thanking you again for the chance to express our opposition to this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is James Porter.
Hi, thanks very much for that opportunity to talk to the Planning Commission. I'm James Porter. I also live at 4080 Wilkie Way. It's been a while. I'm a 30-year resident of Palo Alto. And we've been in our house for the last 20 years. I'm going to echo what a lot of people have already said and just try to add a little personal touch to it. When we bought our house, we went to the backyard, looked up at Palo Alto Commons and said, wow, this is a massive structure. And we could see, people in rocking chairs. We could see lots of direct line to residents, and that was okay. It didn't feel that oppressive because there was a step back, or I guess some people call it like a staircase kind of thing. So it was never, it didn't feel like a big monolithic block. My first fear when I looked at the project and looked at the plans is that that'll be erased as a lot more units are brought kind of back toward our yard, and that step back will kind of go away. So that's kind of one concern. Secondly, there's 18 units, I guess 7 or 8 are kind of on our part of the block. That's going to be additional folks that have direct visibility into our yard, into our family room. So there's that. Okay, thank you. So that's one thing as far as size and just sheer oppressiveness. And I know people have been talking about daylight plane and shading. That's part of the issue, but just psychologically having such a large structure, even larger, coming forward is an issue for me in terms of sitting in the backyard or just even in the family room looking out at the backyard. Second issue is parking. So it is pretty interesting. Parking is pretty impacted already on Wilkie Way and El Camino Way. I have 2 kids. One is still biking to Gun and has to go through El Camino Way every day, and it's scary. It's kind of like a gauntlet already. When folks have, we've noticed there's people that park in front of our house that they either work at the nursing home or they're visitors in the nursing home. At the open house, we actually asked about that, and they said, "Oh, they're not employees. Maybe they're private employees, hired by individual residents, and that's why they don't know to park under the street." But if we're adding all these units, I'm imagining that would get worse from a parking perspective, not better. And then finally, just in terms of economics, so we bought our house during a time of really high interest rates, so we got an opportunity to kind of refinance over and over again. And every time we refinance, an appraiser comes to your house and does their thing and measuring stick. And it's interesting, we refinanced 4 times. 3 of those 4 times, there was one line item basically saying, large commercial structure in back. And I won't tell you how much the deduction was, but it was pretty substantial. And I'm imagining now if these additional 18 units are built, that kind of deduction is going to be higher. So there is a tangible impact, on us, I think financially, if we ever decide to move anywhere else. But, this is Palo Alto. Why would we ever move, right? So thanks for the opportunity to comment. Yeah.
Thank you.
Next is Nia Porter.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Nia Porter, and I also live in 4080 Wilkie Way. I've lived there my whole life, so 16 years, and to state the obvious, there's a nursing home overlooking our backyard. It's very, very visible. You walk in to your backyard. It's the first thing you see, really the only thing you see. Blocks your view, blocks the sunlight. So just kind of taints the backyard, because whenever you're there, you just feel kind of self-conscious. You feel like people are watching you, because there is some trees, but at the end of the day, you're in direct line of sight from people just hanging out. So that's that. So adding more units would just further this invasion of privacy. So I really would not like to see this problem worsened. And also, just to echo what neighbors have said already, it's so sad to hear that this project has caused our neighbors to move away. Because Mrs. McDaniel, she was my neighbor for 16 years, but she was also my 6th grade teacher. She taught me so much just academically and also about life. And she introduced me to middle school. And it's just terrible to hear that this project has caused her to move away. And then also, like my dad said earlier, I am a junior at Gun, so I bike to school every single day. I go through West Meadow, I go through El Camino Way, and it's just lined with cars. There's so much traffic. It's a great place to make a left turn. Yeah, thank you for listening.
Thank you very much.
Next is James Champ.
Is he?
Hi, I'm James Cham. I'm a resident of 4076 Wilkie Way. Thank you for giving me this time to make a few comments. As currently conceived, I'm opposed to this project for many of the reasons that have been described so far. And I do think that the thing that worried me the most when reviewing material was that it did feel like there's a discrepancy between the parking situation that's described in the study and our lived experience. And so I'm glad to hear the notes both from the commissioners, but also from my neighbors about sort of what we're experiencing right now. The other thing that I just note is that the shade as currently described, or as they sort of seem like the impact of it is substantially different from our lived experience. And so I guess I'd extend, as we consider, or as you consider sort of different changes, I'd extend a welcome to any of the commissioners who would like to sort of see our backyard, at a time when there's maximum shade, and experience what that's like. So thank you very much, and appreciate your time here.
Thank you.
Next is Kai Porter.
Hello, Commission. Thank you so much for having this session to let us comment. I'm also a resident of 4080 Wilkie Way, and I'd just like to echo a lot of what my family and other of our neighbors have said, that this proposed addition really is gonna kind of further exacerbate things that we've been feeling in our homes for all this time. In addition, one of the things that kind of irks me the most is the idea that originally when Palo Alto Commons was built, there was kind of a dialogue between the community and Palo Alto Commons, and they really had a commitment to making sure it didn't impact the residents as much. And it seems like they've kind of gone back on that, and that really doesn't feel good in the context of like someone trying to expand or do something like that. In addition to the shade, they proposed planting new trees right behind our house. They said they didn't really have very many places where they could plant. In addition, we used to have more shade actually, but on the Palo Alto Commons side, in the form of really large trees. But over the last, I think like 4 or 5 years, they've said they needed to cut down a lot of the trees due to various safety issues. So it seems like maybe having big shady trees won't be that much of a benefit, and they wouldn't actually be able to do that. So it does seem like it's been getting worse, and I don't know how any of this will really help make it better. But thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And then I have 3 on Zoom. First is Bella Davies. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Bella. Thank you for this chance to comment. I also wanted to expose this expansion due to several of the points that my neighbors already mentioned, and I feel the building is already quite imposing on our home. I wanted to also mention that I agree we could like explore the other expansion methods that were mentioned earlier about the front side of the building, as this would mitigate a lot of the building concerns that the community has about the shadows. And I feel that the building already causes a lot of shadow on our house, and it's already very dark in the afternoons. Additionally, in regards to the parking, I also agree with what my neighbors mentioned about there already being a parking concern on our street. And a lot of times I feel that have a hard time finding parking where I live, which is already a concern. And I feel that would worsen with this expansion. And lastly, I wanted to touch on what was mentioned about the bike route. Since I've grown up in Palo Alto my whole life, and I bike to school K through 12 as well. And that intersection is already very busy, and having like construction or additional traffic could be more of a safety concern for students and other bikers. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is Jayashri.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm traveling, so I'm out of town, so I'm calling in. As everybody has expressed, I don't want to repeat the same thing, but definitely, I mean, the lighting, the sunlight, parking, and the overwhelming structure which will be seen every day from our backyard, definitely, I mean, that's a no-no for me. And I mean, for all these situations, they can come up and find the solution for parking, find the solution for sunlight, find the solution for something. But for the property value, I don't think they can find any solution for that. And we are the ones who are going to suffer for the property value. So I definitely oppose for this. I don't want to repeat the rest of the things, so that's all I can say right now. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think this is our final speaker.
Yes, last is Daniel Pei.
Good evening, Council. Can you guys hear me fine?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Yeah. So good evening, everyone. My name is Daniel Pei, and I'm the son of Yan Feng, who spoke earlier. So me and my family has been Palo residents of Palo Alto for about 10 years now. So today I just want to first express my appreciation for our community's vibrance and our collective efforts to make Palo Alto a wonderful place to live in for everyone, including this project for assisting resident communities. But I first want to talk about why we decided to move to this place. Our home, like many others in our neighborhood, was chosen for its access to natural lighting and also beautiful views. And the original staircase design for the complex was, at least I believe, intentionally created to preserve these elements for the residents. But the proposed addition that I saw today, however, it threatens to block the sunlight of our property significantly, impacting not only our quality of life, but also the value of our home. And more so, I'm really concerned about the precedent this development has set. Allowing for such substantial allocation to existing structure might open floors for future developments to further encroach on the residents' access to natural lightings and views. And this is not just about our property, but it's about maintaining the character and livability of our entire community. So yeah, like on the personal note, how we are being aware of these potential changes at the time of the purchase, it probably give us a very serious pause. And this hesitation, I believe, is something that would be reflected across the entire market if they're going to look for buying the houses, affecting not only just the current, but future property values as well. And those are the things that's on my mind when I first thought about the projects. And I kindly ask for the council and all the developer to reconsider the scale of the proposed development. And yeah, thank you so much for the time you offered tonight.
Thank you for your comments. I believe that concludes.
Someone just raised their hand.
Okay, we'll take
Aditya Divkar.
Yes, so actually calling from my son's laptop through the Zoom meeting. My name is Shashank Divkar, and we are on 4054 Wilkie Way, directly behind the Palo Alto Commons. And I definitely echo all the concerns that our neighbors have already voiced. The big concern we have also is that we are among the few houses in Palo Alto that still enjoy a decent sized backyard, and we would definitely we have been enjoying a good standard of living in despite the current structure, and then added another 14 units to it. We are definitely going to have a privacy issue, and we do not want to suffer that. And we also do not want to lose our property value that has been voiced several times. And there aren't really many mitigating solutions to that you can really add, that you can devise into 14 new units coming up. So this privacy issue and the property value these two are very important to us, and therefore addition of 14 new units is not going to be helping us with those. So we definitely want to voice our opposition to the expansion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers?
No, that concludes public comment.
Great. Okay, thank you everyone for your comments, and then we'll bring it back to the commission. And I think it's a little after 8:30, but I think we should continue unless somebody needs a break. Okay, continue. All right, so Commissioner Liu.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we really want more senior housing, but we need to make sure the details are right, and hopefully we can find something that works for the community. So I have a few more questions for the applicant if yeah, you're comfortable with that. Firstly, I want to understand more about the parking situation. Can you talk more or just kind of refresh us about the numbers about the empty spaces? And can you help us reconcile that with the neighbors' observations?
Yeah. So we have done our own analysis of kind of peak staffing requirements during the day and the number of spaces utilized by residents, and then visitor spaces. And the conclusion there is that we have generally 30 available spaces, and that the additional parking from a staffing perspective based on this addition would create an additional demand of one parking space. So it still leaves us with additional. I'm not going to try to refute anything the neighbor said. I'm sure parking is a significant issue. Anyone that's driven down El Camino Way understands that. Right now, staff is in the process of having a parking analysis done. So we don't have the benefit of having that completed yet, but we're committed to looking at, what we can do to help alleviate the parking issue. And maybe there's some things we can do with the way we program our parking to make sure that, to the extent possible, visitors and staff and everybody parks in available parking that exists on at the project. So we recognize that's an issue. We're working with staff and we'll continue to work with staff through this process to identify the best ways to mitigate any impact from the addition, and maybe even try to do a better job of managing the parking that is currently existing as the building exists today.
So you said in actual peak times right now, there are 30, so 30 available spaces on average?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think that, certainly is a good sign that programming, education, other kind of improvements can carve out more visitor spaces and prevent issues for the neighbors. So yeah, that's good context. And actually, I am optimistic that we could find a solution to that point then. I also want to ask more about the building envelope. In the proposal, is there a reason why you aren't considering third floor units adjacent to the Goodwill? I see that you add units in a couple of different spaces, but only to 2 stories.
Yeah, the existing building there is 2 stories.
Okay.
So there would be no access for a third floor unit if we did something there, unless we were doing an entire new third floor on that portion of the building.
Yeah. Were there any other configurations that you looked at before you arrived at this design? Like, for instance, having sloping roofs on some of the units that still intrude into the daylight plane, or doing something creative, building out over like the existing surface lot, for example, which I think council also flagged.
Yeah, very difficult to build, out to the front and still have any access, and not, you'd be basically putting units in front of existing units, which you can't do, you'd block windows. So limited ability to do that on the front of the building. With respect to, sloped roofs, the roofs are flat in that section. The only thing that is currently under the latest plan intruding into the daylight plane is the parapet. So we could look at some things with that as well. We're willing to continue to work on minimizing any impact. It is a big building. There's no question about that. And it won't be any smaller, but it also, from an expanse standpoint, won't be any bigger.
Yeah. A question about the public benefits related to this PC zone. Have you considered adding other public benefits? I see, for example, when this PC was amended in 2010, that there was a donation to Avenidas, and there were like infrastructure improvements for cycling and for the bus stop. Would you consider, or have you considered doing similar public benefits this time?
We haven't had that discussion with staff. It hasn't been proposed. But we believe that providing additional senior housing units does provide a meaningful and important public benefit. But we're open to discussing those things. The owners of the building and us, long-term commitment to the area, and value our relationship with the city and the neighbors.
Yeah, and I agree that senior housing is a valuable benefit, but wanted to contextualize and see if anything else was considered, especially since the council did really emphasize and hope for some kind of affordability, which, if it couldn't be afforded in this particular development for the variety of cost reasons outlined in your letter, could maybe be that affordability element could be captured in an in lieu fee, or affordability in the neighboring Avant building, or something like that. And I think considering something like that would be responsive to what council flagged. And maybe just a final question for now. Can you talk more about how that first neighbor outreach meeting went? And if you presented / story polled the revised designs or the original designs that you showed to council?
We didn't get a significant turnout in that meeting. I missed the meeting. I was sitting on a plane about to fly out to California to participate and got a call that my daughter was about to give birth. And so I exited the plane and missed the meeting. So let me ask some of my colleagues.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Charlene Kussner. I'm the Director of Acquisition and Development with WellQuest Senior Living. And myself and Daniel Bowman, the architect, and Lily and several of the staff members were at our October 11th community outreach meeting. What we did was we initially sent out letters via the title roll, and then Lily and I went door to door with some goodie bags and a letter, an invitation to all the residents on that side of Wilkie Way that fronts our building. Many of the residents came, and we did have the opportunity to have some good dialogue. Candidly, some residents were not interested in a dialogue. They have their position, and I honor and respect that. I really do. And so to have a back and forth, it wasn't seeming to flow. So we did present landscape plans, our current plans. We did have a story poll up, but we got some complaints from the residents to take it down. So we addressed that immediately to respect their desire, and we did take it down. But I did take pictures from Wilkie Way with the story polls up through the side yards as well as I could to see if we could see those story poles through the dense tree line. So we did have a nice meeting. We did try to have a conversation as best we could with our opposing positions, essentially trying to find some middle ground.
Yeah, thank you. I do appreciate the outreach, and I hope there's more outreach.
We would be
further iterations.
We would be very open and would enjoy that.
Yeah.
Can I just ask a quick follow? So what was story polled exactly? What was presented to council or the current?
What was presented to council was story polled. The third kind of, we tried to pick the one on the corner that seemed to be the most imposing and put the poles up with some tape so that we could try to get a view line through the trees.
I see. Were the plans discussed with the residents, the plans presented to council, or these revised plans?
The plans presented, I think it was October 11th. So I don't know when we revised. I think it was the original package that we had presented to council. We had large exhibits printed up, and we had plan sets available. We walked through those.
Yeah, I see. I see. I think I misunderstood your original statement. I think more public or more neighborhood dialogue is still appropriate or still great, given that I think your revised plans are actually significantly better than what was presented to council. So
after the community outreach meeting, we took all that information and went back to the drawing board, so to speak, and re-looked at the project. Yeah. A lot of the residents had that suggestion about building on El Camino. We got with a contractor, we looked at it, we did a cost benefit analysis on that. We really looked. And then we looked to see where we could add maybe some other units that weren't as imposing to the residents.
Yeah, thank you. Those are my questions for now. I'll save comments for later. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Templeton and then Heckman.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is for staff. So you prefaced this conversation by saying that's not a residential community. And what do we mean? The people that live there are not residents of Palo Alto, or?
When we speak about a planned community from the past, that's what we are speaking about, is the description of the zone, the land use of that PC was residential.
But we don't mean that people don't live there too. Right. I'm asking an obvious question because I think it'd be easy to provide the obvious answer, and then we have an established place of agreement. Do we agree that people live there?
Yes, nobody's arguing that people don't
Well,
live there.
I want to make sure because
It's categorized for
like,
very specific reasons, commercial land
Ms.
use.
French, I understand. Thank you. I'm trying to understand and analyze the feedback we've gotten tonight, which has been very compelling, and all from one point of view in this discussion. And what I want to say is that it's an interesting point of information that none of the residents of the planned community have been able to or have chosen to participate. And we don't know why, which choice it is, right? Like we've heard entirely from residents on the other side of the property and not residents in the property. So I just wanted to say that I'm listening through that lens and trying to understand whose interests are at play here. But one thing that's been very clear is that the interests of the Palo Alto Commons corporate interest is having a very loud voice. And what we've heard, or what I've heard at least, and I'm interested in hearing the discussion from the other commissioners, what I've heard is these changes we're proposing will benefit the owners of Palo Alto Commons, not the residents of Palo Alto Commons and not the neighbors. And I think our concern here is to talk about the residents, both the residents of the community that we're discussing and the residents affected by the community that we're discussing. But I'm not clear about what our mandate is in terms of considering the needs of the people that own and are running Palo Alto Commons. So if we have a discussion around that, I think I would be very willing to listen to that. But right now, what I'm hearing is one party, the owners, are going to benefit by these changes. And that money that they're going to get isn't coming from nowhere. It's being taken in its own way from the neighbors who are going to lose value while the owners are gaining value. And it's not clear that there's any justification from the city's perspective to enable that. So I'm struggling because I understand there is an ownership interest and I want to tease that apart a bit. I know we have some people here who can help with that. But I'm a former resident of Ventura as well. And I want to share some responses that I was thinking through with your comments. First of all, thank you all for coming out here and sharing your comments. You did an amazing job. And it's very helpful to hear your perspectives and understand. And I thought a lot of good cases were made here tonight. On all sides, I thought the applicant made their case as well. Ventura notoriously has a parking problem. It has always had a parking problem in every part of the neighborhood, not only your part. However, I think there's been a lot of opportunities for goodwill that appear to have been overlooked, taken for granted, missed opportunities by the owners of Palo Alto Commons that have led to this situation. And for example, having little interest or oversight in how parking is being managed by people who are interacting with your business. That's caused a lot of this goodwill. This is the reason nobody wants to answer their door when you come calling. And this is a problem that I don't feel particularly sympathetic towards. I'm feeling more sympathetic towards the neighbors. The neighbors are experiencing, oh, here we go. Hi, Alfred.
Oh, sorry, you can go on. I'm just going to jump in when you're finished.
All right, well, you feel free to interject if I ask something and you want to chime in. So this situation and this deadlock is really the outcome of some actions that have come beforehand. So I just wanted to say that to address some of these frustrations. I hear on the one side, the applicant saying, well, we have plenty of parking. Well, if you do, why are they parking in front of the neighbors? Right? Like, what's that about? And what ownership do you take? And how do you, as a good neighbor, address it positively, proactively, and not only when you need to have 18 new units built? So I know it sounds harsh, but these are the questions I'm reflecting back what I heard from the community. And I think that kind of dialogue is where you're going to start if you're going to try and get any progress on these developments that you're looking for. Thank you. That's it for now.
Thank you. Commissioner Heckman?
Thank you. They're just questions this round, and only on a couple of topics, although one longer than the other. So noise, we heard a couple of references to concerns about noise. In the project as currently proposed, which is 18 units in the locations where they are proposed, are there additional noise generating aspects of that post-construction, for example, additional HVAC on the roof, those sorts of things?
Yes, I don't have the exact numbers. The applicant may be able to clarify that, but additional HVAC units are expected to be necessary to serve the additional units.
Okay, and with those units, I mean, that's not an unusual thing to have HVAC in Palo Alto. We have a variety of construction requirements and noise attenuation requirements that, is there any reason those wouldn't apply in this PC?
No, all equipment will be required to meet the noise ordinance. Also with regards to the existing noise, when neighbors had mentioned it, I did explain that the current equipment is also required to meet the noise ordinance. And if that is not a condition that's being met, that's something that code enforcement could look into if the neighbors request it.
Okay, and another way to handle that, perhaps, if this project does go forward to approval and includes those noise attenuation requirements as to the new equipment, those could be applied probably site-wide. That's something that could be considered to tackle that issue and make sure that it's done. So, okay, that's noise. My question's on parking. I really need a little bit better understanding of this. There was, during the applicant's presentation at one point, there was a slide, and I'm wondering if I could see it again. Because the slide that had some numbers about parking and also about staff and you know, that the staff might increase by one. Is that in the written material we have, or if it is, you can just point me to it, because it was something that was pulled up on screen, I thought.
It was in the applicant presentation, so maybe we can pull that up.
It is, yeah. I will need a moment to pull it up, but I can get that.
Okay, well, while you're pulling that up, parking, well, first of all, there's a parking requirement. And if it's met here, then I think that's all the parking. But what I'm concerned about is not whether the number of parking spaces meets our code requirement of, which I understand is 1.1 to every 2.5 beds, but really how those parking spaces are being used. And so, yeah, this is, so yeah, staff. So I was looking at that employee number. At the largest shift, 52 total staff. And here you got it broken down by, you know, commute or, you know, car or other forms of transportation. In the staff report on packet page 22, it's stated that the applicant clarified that of the 55 spaces on site, 41 are dedicated on-site staff and 14 are for visitors. So one question I had is, does staff at the Avant have access to these 41 spaces that are supposed to be for Palo Alto Commons staff so that they could take those spaces up and basically push Palo Alto Commons staff out of the parking area and onto the street.
We really staff both buildings as one operation.
Okay.
And so when we're talking about, total staff of 52 and the parking, it's across both buildings.
I'm sorry, that 52 total staff is for both Avant and Palo Alto Commons. All right, well, that's a helpful clarification.
Yeah.
Okay. So there should not be a situation, I believe, and it doesn't look like the numbers indicate there should ever be a situation where an employee of this operation comes to the site and can't park on site. If your numbers are correct, that should just never happen. And so I think that's something, and because it has happened, and at least on some occasions, as Commissioner Templeton mentioned, it's engendered some bad will, right? And candidly, that's on you to manage your employees and to communicate the importance of maintaining these good relations, because you never know the next time you're going to come to the city council and want something and get this kind of response. So that's one thing I think we need to understand better as this moves back to toward ARB is really get our arms around the parking. And as I understand from our staff, a parking study is being done. So did I understand that? Some kind of parking study?
Yes, we have Hexagon under contract to prepare a parking study.
So I think that's going to really help inform this going forward. But I think on the owner side, I think hearing everybody tonight and perhaps at the council, it should really resonate with you that we really have to take seriously staff parking all on site. And then the other issue is the visitor parking, and I did not visit the site, so I don't have as clear a picture of these 8, I think, parking spaces that are down or in front of the gate. But it's sounding to me like it's not clear to visitors that those are available for visitor parking. And so one thing I'd like to be considered, if I'm understanding that correctly going forward, is some signage to clarify that, additional visitor parking in front of gate, whatever. That again gets the visitors, which of course you don't control, but you don't want visitors to your residence having to walk from the neighborhood, right? You want them to park on site. So I think we should be looking at some signage there as a condition of approval. I did have a question, and again, it was based on one of the neighbors' comments. So what we're talking about is a facility that is a combination of assisted living and memory care, right?
Correct.
Okay. And do those people sometimes have outside caregivers, not paid professionals that will come in and provide extra services to them, maybe spend, every afternoon with them?
They can have an outside private duty nurse if they choose to. They could have some other, personal care that they bring in. Obviously, those are not our employees, and we're highly staffed to meet all their needs. But yeah, it's still their home. They can have somebody. I'm not sure how many of those exist.
Yeah, and I don't want to ask.
There's about 5.
Okay,
right
so
now.
so I think again you have to recognize that they're kind of adjunct employees, right? They're not yours, but if there's not a place for them to park on site, they're going to impact the neighborhood. And so I think you have to be thinking about those people as well. And, thinking about if you have extra spaces behind the gate, you're going to know when these caretakers, everybody has to check in at the front, I'm sure. And so you might want to think about allowing those people, even though they're not employees, to park behind the gate and reduce this impact to some of the neighbors. So those are my questions. Thank you for helping me clarify those couple of things. I'm going to come back with other comments later. Thanks again.
Commissioner Chang?
So I missed for a second when you said there's about 5, what was it?
Call it private duty nurse or somebody that a resident has employed or engaged to come in and provide additional services.
So how would you know if there is a private duty nurse as opposed to just a visitor?
As Commissioner Heckman said, they have to check in. Everybody checks in. Nobody just walks into the building and has access to a residence.
So you're saying that out of the 100 and how many units?
121.
121, that there's only 5 that have private duty nurses that come in?
I'll let you respond.
Okay.
Hi, well, just on average and on daily basis, there are about 5 private companion. They will actually come in here, provide those service to the resident one-on-one individually. Per our community policy, they have to check in with us, and also in advance, they have to go through with some agreement with us. That's why we know on average about 5 on daily.
Is it possible that some of the residents have somebody who hasn't gone in through an agreement? And I mean, I know that they have to check in because, so as I disclosed, I have a family friend there and have gone multiple times every month for the last couple months. She has a private caretaker who's there almost every day, 8 hours a day, as well as I had another friend whose father was there, he's now passed, also had a private assistance. So that's 100% from, of course, I only have 2 data points. So I'm just shocked, and walking around, I've seen sort of the mobility of the residents. And so I would think that there'd be more, but I've done the visitor sign-in process myself, and I could see how somebody could just have somebody come in and you wouldn't know.
Go ahead. I'm
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Well, I'm pretty sure that we have a really consistent system in place that anyone come to the community has to check in. And also anyone who's providing private companion service to the resident, they have to run some paperwork and agreement documentation before they can actually come in to do the service. So, I'm pretty sure that's the number.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Yang?
Thanks. I just wanted to address some of Commissioner Templeton's questions and comments from earlier. Basically, I'm going to expand on what Ms. French had said about this being classified as a commercial use. And as a result, these units don't count towards our arena. They're not considered housing. And so, many of the state laws that restrict the city's discretion around housing projects don't apply here. And so we are in sort of the default situation. The city has very broad discretion to act on this BC application.
Thank you. I was confused because I know people can receive mail there, and I don't know. I kind of assume if that's where you're registered to vote or registered for your ID or driver's license, that would be a residence and not a commercial property. So we have a lot of overlapping words that are used in different ways and different points. And I think that's what Ms. French was telling me, and I understand that, but I also understand that when we're weighing one interest against another interest, we need to understand what we're talking about. And there's, I guess what I'm trying to say is there's 3 types of parties in this conversation, not 2. Thanks.
Commissioner Chang, you can.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to so I am very concerned about the parking situation there because, again, I have been there multiple times and I can never park in the 7 spots up front. Now, today, having received this packet last week, I went and visited again, and the other supposedly visitor parking spaces are labeled as employee only right now. So I think that problem should be corrected immediately. I don't because those spaces have not been used as visitor spaces, at least as of, today, I don't know what the impact, it just doesn't seem like Palo Alto Commons has been acting as it should with respect to the treatment of the visitor spaces. I also counted the number of available empty spaces at 11 a.m. today, and it was somewhere between 10 and 15. I couldn't see everything behind the gate, but those spaces are not parkable spaces because there's construction going on right now as inside Palo Alto Commons. And so all those spaces are being used as staging area for the current construction that is going on. So I don't know if that is again, I have only one data point, but there is without question a parking challenge today, like at 11 a.m. today. Where I stand on this is that I don't think there's any reason that the daylight plane should be encroached upon. It's clear that smaller units do work because between the first proposal and this proposal, there are several smaller, I think 5 additional small units. And so to me, I think there's no question that the daylight plane, that the daylight plane needs to be honored. There's still a question in my mind as to what the correct daylight plane is. And I don't think that we had a lot of investigation or in this current staff report. So if we see this again, I would like to understand that situation in terms of what was agreed upon in the original PC. And also now that the PC is being amended, what we as a city are bound by versus what is discretionary. So I'd like to understand that. I'm also concerned about the privacy concerns. So I saw the elevations that were presented that showed that for the most part, the windows have been minimized, but again, it was, I think in the applicant presentation, maybe it would be helpful actually for us to see those elevations. Maybe it wasn't the applicant presentation. It was the one where there are dotted lines kind of showing where the new areas of construction would be.
Yes, that was the staff presentation.
Okay, the staff presentation, I'm sorry. It'd be helpful for me to look at that, but I do remember seeing that there are several where the windows are now like right up against the neighbor's backyard. And that's just a really terrible situation. There's a privacy problem. And from what I heard from the neighbors, there's also a noise problem because I believe these windows are all operable. I don't know if the applicant can, I'm seeing a nod from the applicant saying that these are operable windows. And so I had heard that there were noise concerns with distressed residents. There are noise impacts from distressed residents that would also impact the neighbors. And so that's also a concern with respect to the windows. So I think that those are and then finally, daylight plane aside, I think there's a big massing issue for these folks. When you walk down Wilkie, because I did also visit the Wilkie side of the building, you can see that almost a lot of the neighbors have front yard gardens, which is unusual in Palo Alto, so to see people growing their vegetable gardens in the front. Well, the reason why, now that I now understand why everybody has their vegetables in their front yard. It's because they can't grow them in the back because of the shade. So even though the impact may be small in terms of additional shading, that may be the one patch where somebody can have their tomato plant. And I'm not convinced that there's sufficient, it doesn't make sense to me to have public benefit that rests solely on the backs of 7 or 8 houses. you know, there's times where there's public benefit and then eminent domain is used. But with eminent domain, the people whose property has been taken get compensation. In this situation, the neighbors won't be compensated, and so they're losing a real benefit. So those are my thoughts for now.
Commissioner Rectal?
Yeah, I have a question about the difference between the pre-screen and now. The pre-screen was 14 units and now it's 18. And so where those new 4 units come from? Where are they placed? Is that
I can't answer that, but I'm wondering if the architect team wants to answer that.
Yeah, we added 7 units with ground up construction, 4 of which are immediately behind the Goodwill building. So we tried to relocate some of the units that had been planned to other parts that wouldn't impact our back neighbors. And then we did 3 units that are also kind of a ground up addition that kind of sits into like the courtyard in between Palo Alto Commons and the Avant. So those 7 additional units came without any impact to our back neighbors. And then the 14, you know, so we basically reduced by 3 what had been in the prior plan along the back and moved 7 to different locations around the property.
okay?
Yeah, so it's these 2 here. And then I actually didn't highlight this one. I missed it when I was preparing the slides.
Okay, that's very good. That's exactly what I want to know. So you have 7 units, and those are all good locations. I mean, from a neighbor standpoint, are there any other spots if we were trying to avoid the back fence there? Any other spots that we could squeeze in units?
I don't think so. We really did, you know, evaluate it pretty carefully after the pre-screening meeting, have walked, you know, the property several times since. I think we've probably maxed out the buildable, you know, expandable locations.
How about on the end there, right along Meadow? Would it be possible to add something along there?
There is a possibility on that end. That is where we have, that's like the fiery exit stairs. And so that becomes a difficult place to build around and expand through. The hallway doesn't continue through there, and it's the, you know, fire rated egress.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It's thank you so much, but you really. Okay. So we do not allow, I'm sorry. Thank you for trying to clarify, but we don't allow people to just speak out from the audience. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to think how else could we build on this? Because I like the idea of adding senior housing. I mean, I'm willing to give you FAR waivers. I'm willing to give you height waivers if it's along Meadow, if we can avoid this back fence area. And is there anything, could you have a freestanding building above the garbage or above the parking at all? As opposed to tacking it on, having another unit now that's independent.
We could evaluate that. I think it would be difficult, but we can evaluate that. We've looked at a lot of different options, but we can explore something like that as well.
Okay. Okay, that's all for now.
Okay. Well, let me make a few comments. I agree with a lot of the concerns I've heard from my colleagues regarding the parking and Commissioner Templeton's concerns about residents. I wouldn't call them residents. I would call them clients. To be honest, it is not a residential use. It's a service use in our city, and people typically don't live their lives here. The units do not have kitchens, which I don't even know if we can call we even have standards for JADUs with regards to access to kitchens. So I think that's very problematic. I think the parking has not been, what is described is not what I saw there at all. And so that needs to be resolved. This is all things that my colleagues have said. I also had written down that I was concerned that a lot of these, since it's an expensive facility to be in, that a lot of the clients would have outside people coming in to do things that the caretakers at the facility don't do, whether it's like yoga or I don't know, it could be anything. And the idea that there'll be no compensation for the residents' loss of value of their homes. If you look on Wilkie Way, this is already a very imposing building. Right, it looks like it's right in the backyards. And to increase that it's hard for me to think about how to do that. I mean, without really hurting the people. I think the city, I wish this had come to us. Two things I wish that this had come to us after the parking study, because the parking study will have hopefully much less anecdotal observations than I have. And I also wish I had seen the story polls in place, but that's just a loss of opportunity. I think given the amount of concerns I've heard my colleagues express about daylight plane and parking primarily, I don't know that we would be doing any favor to anybody by recommending it go to ARB soon. I think these problems need to be resolved, and I think the city needs to determine whether the daylight planes were calculated properly based on my colleagues' questions also. So I don't know if you got, I know that Commissioner Heckman has more comments to make, but, and I've seen some others, but I think it's important to remember that this is not a residential use. It is a service commercial use, but we still want to really take care of the people that are there. Some are there for longer periods of time and in very compromised and difficult situations for the patients, the clients themselves, and also for their friends and family. So, and I think I appreciate that the applicant made improvements, but I'm not feeling like we're where we need to be. With that, I'll go to Commissioner Templeton, then Heckman and Liu.
Thanks. And just to clarify, I mean, there's about a little over 40 people that are living there, registered to vote and have that address on their driver's license. Like, that's all I'm saying. It's not, I'm not saying it's not a commercial interest. I'm saying there are people involved. And I think we agree on that. I just wanted to clarify. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Heckman?
All right, so thank you. So notwithstanding the fact that these additional units don't constitute housing for RENA purposes, it's housing. It's housing for a segment of our community. As you know, we have an aging population, and you know, thanks to our aggressive new housing element, we have a growing population on the horizon. And we need, and in fact, I think it's one of the, an important job of this city council to ensure that our Palo Alto residents, who, when they get to the point in their life when they need memory care or assisted living, have a place in Palo Alto to move to and live in, where they can be close to the network of family and friends that they have developed here. So housing is important. To me, this is factually a kind of housing, if not technically, legally, for purposes of RENA. And so it's an important project. And I want to find a way to support it and to have the city support it so that we can have more units for our aging population. So that really kind of sets the stage for me. I appreciate the applicant looking to do something that of course is in its interest, but it's also in the interest of Palo Alto. And I do agree, incidentally, that, and I think it was established through our housing element process that providing housing is a public benefit. And I appreciate the efforts that the applicant went through, listening to the city council and the neighbors and making revisions to the plans, some of which were recently described in response to Commissioner Rechtel's questions. And maybe you're not quite there, but I think those were big steps in the right direction. I'm hoping with smaller steps, you can get the rest of the way. I also want to thank the neighbors. As Commissioner Templeton said, this was a really impressive galvanizing of your neighborhood with a lot of heartfelt comments, and those resonate with us. And I hope, and I think you are, and hope you do see to some extent that reflected in our thoughts. Although I will say, and this is going to be harsh, perhaps, but I don't know a soft way to say it. None of us get to control what happens around the perimeter of the properties we live in. We don't get that right. Those are other people's properties, and they get a say in that. The protection we have is our rules, the rules that our city ordinances. That's where our protection is, and those are important because those tell people what they can and cannot do. I noticed along Wilkie Way, I'm seeing 4 ADUs along the back fence line. There was a time not very long ago when those weren't legal. You couldn't legally get a permit to do those, and maybe some of those were conversions, I don't know. But that changed, right? The people on the other side of that fence, which happen to be the commons here, but in other situations, or it's another single family home, they used to not have to contend with an ADU 4 feet from your back fence, and now they do. These things change, and they affect value, or it's believed they do. I'm not sure that, and I've been doing this for over 30 years. I'm not sure that I've ever seen, and I've looked for it, concrete evidence that they affect value, though I know the common perception whenever you're going through it is they do. And I'm not trying to dissuade you from doing that, from feeling that way. So I want there to be units here. The question from my perspective is where should they go? So this is, again, a good move in the first, a good step to move 7 off of the Wilkie side. And there was an examination of this 4th floor alternative, and I read the letter from the applicant. Maybe we could press them for some more of the economics, but the bottom line here is, and I heard a number of people mention it, well, this is a for-profit company. Well, for-profit companies don't build things to lose money. They just don't. And who blames them, right? Because they're, those companies are employing people who are, making a living, and they have to have a profit. So we could say you can only build that 4th floor over by Goodwill, but if it won't be profitable, they just won't build it. They will not accept that requirement, and the result is we don't get the housing. So I don't think that that's a solution. I do think we're looking at some variation of what we have here, and really, I think we have to. I think it's been revealed here tonight. We really have to dig down a little bit more on the daylight plane and what daylight plane applies here, right? I mean, I understand that there's the PC, at the time the PC was approved, this was considered a residential use, if I'm understanding correctly. And so if I got it right, because it was considered a residential use, that daylight plane was allowed to be, or was at the time, 45 degrees. But now it's considered a commercial use, and maybe the code provision that Ms. French read applies, which is a 3 for 6, 2 to 1, which is a 60 degree. And so I think we have to know what the rule is. And you know, I don't fault us for not knowing tonight, but I think as this moves forward, we have to figure that out. In a situation when you're amending a PC, does that old rule that was part of that still apply? Or do you have to apply this new code as to the new edition? And I just think we need to know an answer to that, because as been pointed out here, that's going to affect what those daylight planes look like. So let me just talk for a minute on the assumption that the daylight plane is supposed to be 45 degrees, and we've got, in certain areas, an incursion of up to 1 foot 8 inches. That's not much. But I was just telling the neighbors that the protection we have about what our neighbors do around us is the rules. And one of these rules is the daylight plane should not be invaded. So if it's 1 foot 8 inch max, I'm going to encourage you to find a redesign that eliminates that, whether it's a sloped roof or whatever. Find something so you don't have to make that ask, because when you do that, you're asking for something special that you've heard, even with no violation of the impact of the daylight plane, you've heard the neighbors talk about the impact that they'll feel, even though you're wholly within the rules. So I'd encourage you to do that. And you know, one thing I noticed, and I'm not an architect, so I'm not going to design from the dais, but one thing I did notice is that in looking at some of your new units, 3 of them are along the Wilkie are 2-floor additions, 2nd and 3rd floor. One is in front of 4040 Wilkie, one in front of 4060 Wilkie, and one in front of 4076, kind of on the border between 4076 and 4080. And those 3 are like the most forward toward Wilkie. And so I suspect that those 3 are where you have at least 3 of your daylight plane invasions. And so you could consider some architectural trim, or just pull those 3 back so that they are these smaller affordable units, like you have, more affordable, like you have in the fourplex that was described to Commissioner Reckdahl in one of his questions. Or you could even eliminate them as another possibility to create less massing, more of a step back. You lose 3 units, you'd still have 15. So, and again, that's up to your design team. But you know, hearing, I think that those three to me seem to be the most prominent, the most invasive. And so I think you need to find a way to pull them back and not be asking to violate the daylight plane rules. The other thing I just have to say is it really troubles me. I've explained why I think these are residential units. The people inside of them are residents. They're not clients. That word really troubles me. You know, Vice Chair Chang has been visiting a family member who lives there. Right? That's not a client. They live there. They eat, they bathe, they sleep, right? They watch TV. It's somebody's home, even if it doesn't have a kitchen. And that's who this is for. It's not, yeah, we've got a company that, you know, wants to provide the unit, and they've got a financial reason to do it. But that's who this is for. It's those people that don't have that place to live now. And I would like to find a way to have that place for them to live. Thanks.
Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. Just listening to Commissioner Heckman's comments, and one I thought I would respond to about the reason that people are bringing up for-profit corporations is because I believe, based on what they've said, because there's money involved on both sides, and one of them is benefiting and one of them is losing. So I think it's important to note that that there is a deal being made, and that deal is uneven and unbalanced, as one of our community members said. And you know, we know this. There are corporations that are not for profit. In this industry, I don't know anything about this particular business, and so, but I do know that the industry has been historically plagued with exploitation. And so we have to understand and call it out when we're seeing things that are uneven and unfairly balanced, even if it's not in a way that typically entraps people. So that said, you know, just to be crystal clear, I have no idea. I assume this is a business that's running in good faith. It's just down the street from me. But to say that it's worth being cautious and understanding when money's changing hands, who's it benefiting and who's it harming, and interpreting the benefit to the community through that lens is important as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang?
So I just wanted to make a quick suggestion. I noticed that the initial application was for 14 units, and the applicant was able to find space for 7 that is, if I understand correctly, that are in wonderful locations that don't impinge at all on the neighbors. And so, well, assuming that we can fix the parking issues, which need to be fixed. So I can say that those 7 units make a ton of sense to me. It's wonderful to have a place for clients, residents, whatever you want to call them, who need the service that is being provided. And I think we heard that from the neighbors too, that they're happy for any expansion. It's just not this expansion. And so what I would ask the applicant is that perhaps you can shave off units to go back to the 14, or, you know, look at the ones that are the most high impact and remove those. So that's my quick comment, and it might make it a lot more palatable.
Commissioner Liu?
Thank you. I agree with several of Commissioner Heckman's points. I also agree with Commissioner Templeton, and I was about to propose a very similar compromise. So on the whole, I don't think this is ready for ARB or council. Council was really enthusiastic about the idea of senior housing on this site, though. So I think this project has legs, and I really hope the applicant can stick with it and find a way to make it work. But I think if we do move this forward, we'll just kind of have an extended conversation in council where they will try to broker a compromise, which should really be our job. You know, recent case in point is how Ellsworth has kind of proceeded in council. So I think this has to stay with us. So yeah, in general, I do want to find a way to approve more housing on this site. And I think, like Commissioner Heckman said, a relevant analogy is whether an existing apartment building or even an empty lot that maybe is in an R40 zone, but like maybe has neighbors with smaller zoning, can renovate or can build. And notwithstanding the issues about the daylight plane, which are really, really important, I don't really have any objections in principle if someone wants to build in an empty lot or wants to renovate, as long as we stick with the rules, like Commissioner Heckman said. I do think a lot of these issues can be mitigated. I am optimistic about the sound and noise. Parking is more complex than I originally thought from my first line of questioning, but it does seem solvable. And I do think we can also get there on the daylight plane and privacy. I like that this is much better than what originally went to council. Looking at the shadow studies, realize that qualitatively, the shadow study impact doesn't seem horrible. And so with some mitigations like removing some or redesigning some units, we can have a shadow study that actually has very little to almost no impact or just marginal impact on a few days of the year. And I hate the idea of just losing units unnecessarily, but I think some kind of compromise like this is necessary. Well, maybe necessary to get this through council. So yes, I don't think I'm going to move this forward today, but I, like Commissioner Heckman, would also like to just generally appeal that the people who live in this building and will live in this building are residents and they're not just clients. And that when I hear about issues like noise from distressed neighbors, I actually find that heartbreaking. And I think that really emphasizes the need for assisted living in our neighborhood, in our region. And it is a noise impact, but I think it's also a really important public good that we have spaces for people who need it. So again, yeah, I really hope we can find a compromise and move this forward.
So I think I'm looking for a compromise also because it's a very needed use regardless of whether it's considered residential or as it's actually called now, a commercial service use. So, and I didn't know there were people that stayed there permanently because it's described as a convalescent home. So it's, you know, so that if that's a fact, it's a fact. So it's a little bit different, but I still think that it's not there. It's not legally residential. And like Commissioner Heckman, I really agree that we have to follow the rules. And I believe that the people in the building, whether they're clients or residents or a mix thereof, deserve that consideration. And so do the neighbors on Wilkie. So I think, I'm not sure if staff needs a motion from us this evening, or if you just want to take, wasn't very clear to me.
There's options. I'll just jump in. There's options. One option would be to forward it to the Architecture Review Board with direction that, you know, a different location be explored, you know, other options that way, numbers of units or what have you, and have the ARB process look at massing, windows, location, design, all of that. And then it does come back to the Planning and Transportation Commission after the ARB with ordinance. So findings for, you know, the daylight plane encroachments and such that would be tied to an ordinance. And that would be the second time that Planning and Transportation Commission sees it. So that would be the normal course with a PC.
Right. What I'm hearing from my colleagues is that they would like to see this again to refine it before it goes to the ARB. Do we know when the parking study will be available? Any estimate?
Yes, do I still have that pulled up is the question.
Well, anyway, what I'm thinking is if we're not advancing it to the ARB, you don't specifically need a motion from us. You need comments, and I think we'd all like to see it come back here and find a way to make it work, understanding that the biggest obstacles as designed thus far is the impacts on Wilkie Way residents and the parking questions.
I would just specify the impacts on their quality of life and the value of their homes.
Okay, that's fine. But I don't think we need a motion to give staff and the applicant a time and direction to work a little more on this and bring it back to us. Is that,
I think that's fine as a motion. I don't know if Albert wants to weigh in on that, but
is that acceptable with everyone?
I think we should have a motion, not to move it on to the ARB and to have staff work with the applicant.
Would one of my colleagues then like to make a motion or?
Can you just go with what you said?
Yeah, if I made a motion, it wouldn't be that. So I'm not sure we want to make a motion right now. I don't know.
Our city attorney would like us to make a motion. I will make a motion that we would like, the PTC would like this to come back after to our body after staff and the applicant had some time to work a little bit more on refining the design with particular attention to daylight plane and massing as impacts Wilkie Way residents. And you want me to add value of their homes?
Quality of life and
Impacts on the residents.
Impacts on residents.
I guess
and-
neighbors, so we should specify which residents.
Right. And more information about the parking situation. How the parking is allotted on the site. Do we have a second?
Second.
Does anyone want to speak to their motion? Not me, or their second? No. Why don't we go ahead and then take a vote? Ms. Dow, thank you.
Commissioner Aiken,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Liu,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal, Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much. I'm going to suggest we take, go ahead.
Give me 1 minute. I want to talk about daylight plane because that's one of the biggest things that we talked about tonight. And in the code, there's 2 ways of doing the daylight plane. You can do the PC, which starts at 10 feet and goes up at a 30-degree angle for a very shallow angle. Or if it's a residential use, you can choose to use the R1, but you have to use the R1 setback. And so R1 setback on the rear of an R1 is 20 feet. So that means that the daylight plane, if you use that optional daylight plane, would start 20 feet into the property. And so that's going to be significant because the building goes right now 10 feet. So I'm not convinced that the PC shallow angle is not the correct one. So anyway, staff needs to really scrub this because that could drastically change what kind of units are allowed in the back.
Okay. Any other comments? Thank you for that. Is a 10-minute break a good idea?
Yeah.
Okay, see you back in 10 minutes. Thank you very much to the applicants and all the speakers who came here tonight for taking the time. we're back and I'd like to call the meeting back into order. We will proceed with the next action item, which is item number 4, 2501 Embarcadero Way. Recommendation to council for approval of site and design application and a variance to allow construction of a local advanced water purification system at the regional water quality plant. So with that, I'm ask staff to give us their report.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Claire Raybold, Senior Planner with Current Planning. The project before you today, as you noted, is 2501 Embarcadero Road, a new advanced water purification system project at our regional water quality control plant. This project is located within the boundaries of the regional water quality control plant. The plant serves a number of different jurisdictions within the area, including Palo Alto, East Palo Alto, portions of Menlo Park, Los Altos Hills, and Mountain View. About 200,000 customers. Brief project overview. The project includes construction of a reverse osmosis permeate storage tank, which is located here. The pre-engineered open air building covering a membrane filtration system, chemical storage feed system components, and other ancillary components essential to the purification system located here. And a small prefabricated electrical building located here. And the facility would have a building footprint of approximately 15,500 square feet. And this is just a view of the facility. The stairs going down here show kind of where grade would be. This area would be grade. So everything below that is below grade. But just a kind of a view of the facility. Tonight, we're asking you to make the site and design findings. So I've just put them on the slide here, and we'll speak a little bit to that in the next couple slides. Really, it's all about compatibility to neighbors and ensuring sound principles of environmental design and ecological balance and consistency with the comp plan. Speaking mostly to the compatibility of the area, some key considerations relate to the Baylands design guidelines. This is adjacent to the Baylands. Noise as it relates to the neighboring facilities, Baylands and airport. Lighting, again, as it relates to those neighboring facilities. The airport itself, and trees. The applicant tonight, our Public Works Division, will speak a little bit more, but the project went through a pretty long design phase, looking at different locations and in order to determine the best location for this facility. There are quite a lot of constraints on this site within the regional water quality control plant boundaries. So those were factors as well that went into consideration of where to site this project. So just a little bit briefly on some key considerations. The project is not located within dedicated parkland area, but it is located within the boundaries of the Bayland Nature Preserve and is therefore subject to the Baylands design guidelines. The project did have some minor redesigns by staff based on ARB feedback for consistency with those guidelines. Mainly things like the color of the roof were changed to a more bay-friendly design color. There is a sound wall, and they're using low noise level equipment to ensure that noise levels at the property line are below 49 decibels. sorry. Lighting has been minimized for safe operations. An automatic on switch was provided for operators in order to minimize timing that lights need to be on. Lighting that is provided is certified as nighttime friendly and is code compliant in terms of intensity and shielding. Some of the key considerations related to trees. There are 35 trees being removed, mostly non-native invasive species. 36 native trees will be planted in their place. Although the design was modified based on Parks and Recreation Commission feedback to reduce the tree removals, and they preserved 11 more trees than were originally proposed. In the last year or so, 5 of those trees have died or fallen. So there are a total of 6 trees now that were specifically identified by the Parks and Recreation Commission to help preserve more trees that are now being preserved. And then we have been coordinating with Mid-Penn Open Space on, they had some comments on best management practices to stop the spread of invasives. So we'll be incorporating those into the project as well. As I noted, the airport is located across Embarcadero Road from this site. And so the project is within the airport influence area. The project does comply with the airport land use plan. Further discussion of that is included in the project's consistency is provided in the CEQA analysis and in the staff report, just as it relates to things like noise and height and hazardous materials. As noted in the staff report, in 2015, Council adopted an EIR for the City of Palo Alto Recycled Water Project. That EIR included mitigation measure HYD or Hydro 3D, which required the city to consider treatment options such as reverse osmosis to reduce the salinity of its recycled water and thus make its recycled water usable for irrigation of salt-sensitive species. So this project is mainly in response to that. So on November 18th, 2019, in taking the discretionary actions to further pursue this project, Council adopted an EIR addendum that included more site-specific details associated with the proposed development. So that addendum is provided to you. A link to that is provided in the packet. So recommendations and next steps consider the previously adopted addendum and recommend that the Planning and Transportation Commission recommend approval of the proposed project to council based on the provided findings and subject to conditions of approval. And following a recommendation from the PTC, the project will be reviewed by the ARB. The ARB will also make a recommendation to council. And finally, council will issue a final decision on the proposed project. And with that, I'll turn it back to you. Our Public Works Division is here tonight if you'd like to hear from them.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I see 3 lights, so I'm not sure what order they came on in, but we'll go with Lou, Rekdal, and Aiken.
Just a quick clarification for my context and not necessarily for like these findings, but can you go through the cost history of the project just very briefly? I know it escalated from like 20 million.
Sorry, we do have a presentation from Public Works that includes some of that information if you'd like to hear.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ignore you. I didn't hear that somehow. So forget it and let Public Works, please.
Hopefully
proceed.
these will help to answer those questions.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Tom Kapuscinski. I'm Senior Engineer at the Water Quality Control Plant. I'm here with my colleague, Diego.
Good night, Commissioners. My name is Diego Martinez. I'm an engineer also working at the Water Quality Control Plant. So yeah, thank you, Claire and Amy. So we're going to run through this quick presentation to provide you with some of the information you, I'm sure, would like to ask. Briefly, we're going to start with an overview of the project. What are the benefits for Palo Alto? Some of the site constraints at the water quality control plant. I'll provide an update on the cost and schedule for these, some existing conditions and the main project features of this element. The purpose of this project is to improve the recycled water quality from the current quality we produce at the plant. By using or having better recycled water, we're also able to decrease the amount of potable water we use in the city and our partner cities for irrigation uses. This project background started back in 2010 when the council approved policy to reduce salinity in recycled water. From there, City Council provided direction to staff to implement a project at the plant to reduce salt content in the recycled water. After doing some planning and design of the project, council directed staff to move forward with financial agreements, permits, and issue an invitation for bids. On the left, there is a picture of the project location that Clerk already covered. You can see we have the airport, Baylands, and the plant in the middle. As part of the project, we're including a new permit storage tank. On the left, you can see microfiltration and reverse osmosis to further polish recycled water quality are going to be located in the main canopy. There is going to be a blending station located in an existing facility at the plant. The project includes landscaping, paving, or grading and paving inside the plant, and also some exterior work with the sidewalk and a small electrical building near the wall. Some of the benefits to Palo Alto for this project are higher quality, recycled water quality used at the golf course, at the Embarcadero Road and Greer Park, which helps supporting the salinity reduction goal set by City Council. If we increase the amount of recycled water that we're using, this decreases the conversion of marsh near the outflow of the plant, protecting the bay and reducing discharge of effluent to the bay. And this project could also be a first step to direct portable reuse if the city decides to move forward with that approach in the future. It also helps strengthen our relationship with our partners. The plant is owned and operated by the city, but we have 5 other partners: Mountain View, Los Altos Hills, Stanford, and East Palo Alto. It also helps set up for potential customers in the city of Palo Alto as well. After we received direction from council to explore options inside the plant for this project, we evaluated 5 sites around the plant as a feasibility study in 2017. Sites 2, 3, 4, and 5 were eliminated from moving forward, as they have either multiple utilities in the area as we're inside the plant. There are already buildings providing some sort of treatment for wastewater on site as well. And sites 4 and 5 are already used, are part of Measure E and Bixby Park. So we decided not to move forward in those areas. The only available option was site number 1 on the left, which is one of the few open spaces we have available at the plant for new infrastructure. And we wanted to provide a little more detail on site constraints we have of the plant. On the left, you can see the site for the advanced water purification facility. We have an easement from one of our sewer lines on the lower part. To the right, you can see an influent junction box where all our sewer lines converge in that area, and a pumping plant that is already existing there. And on the upper right corner, we have an existing chlorine contact tank that we're planning to build a new facility there called Headworks to replace aging facilities from the 1970s that are vital to provide treatment at the plant. Regarding capital cost, the most updated capital costs for the facility are $64 million. From that, we're getting a contribution from Valley Water of $16 million. We're getting a grant from the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation for $13 million, and the remaining portion of the capital cost will be covered by the city of Mountain View through a state loan, which is $35 million. We also want to provide you with a brief schedule of the project. The financial portion of it went through Mountain View City Council and Palo Alto City Council last year. And as I told you, we're working through financial agreements and permitting, such as planning entitlement now. And we're hoping to get invitation for bids issued in the fall of this year, starting construction early next year and have the facility running by mid-2027. Here we can see a couple of pictures of the existing site and Embarcadero Road. On the left, we have the treatment plant. On the right, the airport. Couple of more pictures of the area. And then I'll provide a brief overview of the project features. Claire already covered a few. The main element is a pre-engineered open air building, a canopy to cover the equipment to further treat recycled water. There is a small electric building in the front of it to provide housing for all the instrumentation and electrical equipment. We're adding a wall, or we're planning to add a wall, perimeter wall for sound attenuation and also for provide some visual screening. And I believe that's part of the staff report to request a variance on the wall. Another element is an permit tank, which is the product water from this facility. It's a 350,000 gallon storage tank. Well, the wall that I mentioned, and we're planning to reconfigure portions of the existing pedestrian path to accommodate new landscaping. And with that, we want to thank you very much for your time today. And then I think we'll hand it over to, I don't know, Commissioner Sama. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Awesome. We'll bring it back for questions, and then we'll go to the public, and we'll start with Commissioner Liu.
Okay. Mr. Yang, I sent you an email asking if I can participate. Could you take a look at that before we get discussion going? Thank you.
Yes, thanks.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, and I'll also shout out that I visited the site and walked around the kind of perimeter and existing path. So I guess my original question about the costs escalating was, I know it started from around $20 million. I just wanted to get a qualitative sense from your side how potentially discretionary processes like the ARB or PRC or PTC, whether they materially contributed to delays or whether they materially contributed to the increase in costs, like whether any demands across all of our sides contributed.
Yeah. Well, as the project has dragged on a little bit with some of the appearances we've had to make between various boards and so forth, it is causing costs to escalate somewhat. But really, we started running into the cost issues after the preliminary design was completed in 2017. By the time we got a consultant on board and started the design, and we got into our 30% design, it was already into 2021, and we were in the middle of the pandemic, and with some of the issues to be dealt with from that, with the pandemic and supply chain issues that resulted from all that, it started to drive up the costs.
Thank you. And were there any other variances that you maybe wanted to seek for this project, but like you didn't include in these proposals for whatever reason?
Not really. I mean, we've tried to abide by the design standards for the Baylands. We've tried to go about and appease all parties on this as best we can, but we are very limited for space on the treatment plant site, and this is really about the only available space we have left.
Yep. Thank you. My intention is to make a motion moving forward after the first round of discussion. I just really want to make this easy to move forward and easy to get built. So thank you.
Commissioner Rectal?
Yeah, big picture question. We have purple pipe water today. This just replaces that?
No, it's built in the same existing system we have. It just improves the water quality of the recycled water we're already sending. We're not expanding the system as of now. But in the future, if the city decides to increase enlarge the recycled water system, this facility, could help in providing that extra water and better quality.
So Palo Alto still will be using the traditional purple pipe water. This will be a different product.
No, it's the same, still traditional purple pipe water. It's for irrigation. It's just the salt content is way lower than that we currently produce. But this will be still for non-potable uses and mainly irrigation.
Okay.
And I think mainly this is for the golf course in Greer Park. Is that correct?
Exactly. Our current customers, or users in the city, are mainly city facilities, mainly the golf course and Greer Park.
For City of Palo Alto.
For City of Palo Alto.
Yep. And we had plans at one time to go up Page Mill and go into the industrial park. How far does that pipe go? Does it stop at Greer or does it go further?
It only goes along East Bayshore up to San Antonio Road. And then there is a little crossing across 101 to go to Greer Park. And a couple of more lines that go to golf course and the Bay Athletic Center. But for Palo Alto, it's a very small system yet. There are plans, as you were saying, but they are still in the planning phase, and we haven't gotten direction to move forward with those yet.
So I believe, if I recall from the CEQA analysis, that we are designing this system to ensure that it would accommodate a future phase 3 expansion if we wanted to pursue that in the future, though.
Okay. So. And then there's also the Los Altos Treatment Center, where there's going to be the different purified water system that Valley Water is going to pump down to Los Gatos.
Yes, so that project, actually Karen North is on, so she might be able to speak a little bit more. There was a recent decision, I believe, by Valley Water to delay that project by a couple of years. So I don't know if Karen, I see you on.
Sure, I'm here. I'm Karen North, the Assistant Public Works Director for Environmental Services Division. You're actually correct. We were working actively with Valley Water on a regional purification facility that would produce indirect potable water for drinking water. And the board just decided on Tuesday to basically postpone that project for 2 years. So, but that would be at the old Los Altos treatment plant site.
And would that be taking the output of this, or would be taking?
No, it'd be taking that project would be taking our treated effluent and then purifying it. So similar process. The difference is it's a product water. So the small salt removal facility that's being built at the sewage treatment plant is to take our effluent, run it through microfiltration, reverse osmosis, and produce a high quality water that will get blended with our existing recycled water to produce low salt content recycled water. And we call that enhanced recycled water. The project at the Los Altos treatment plant site, in conjunction with Valley Water, that was proposed and now put on hold for 2 years, was to produce a high quality water that could be injected into the groundwater for eventual drinking water.
Okay.
So slightly different water quality types,
okay,
but very similar.
I didn't know if these two processes were in parallel or in series. And so it sounds like they're in parallel. They both will be taking treated sewage and doing different things with them.
Correct. So one is for the existing purple pipe customers, the non-potable water users, which is mostly in Mountain View at the shoreline area. That entire area is purple piped. And then also for us in Palo Alto, it's our golf course and Greer Park and Animal Services Center. So it's all of our public services buildings along Bayshore.
Okay, thank you. That helps.
I'm going to interrupt for a minute. minute because Commissioner Templeton wants to recuse herself out of a superabundance of caution from this issue.
Thank you. I have another commission assignment that is related to Valley Water and financial oversight, and I'm just feeling a little bit uncomfortable with all the different discussions of interleaving interests here. I trust you guys have got it. I will take in the rest of the evening from home. Thank you.
You're released. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, go back to, if you were finished, Commissioner Rectal?
Yep.
Okay, then we'll go to Commissioner Aiken.
I have what I hope will be easy. So I'm looking at the diagrams here and I see direct line of sight from a number of areas to the RO cylinders and to the roof of the open building. And so I was wondering, is a 10-foot sound wall enough? Or do you really need a couple more feet?
Well, actually, with our appearance before the Architectural Review Board, they asked us to take a look at a few things, and that's actually one of them. We're looking at potentially using some sort of screening panels higher up on the canopy to screen some of the components underneath the canopy from being seen from the road.
Oh, I wasn't really concerned as much about visibility as it looks like there are buildings to the west that would be in direct line of sight for sound. So I was worried that you might have more noise issues with a 10-foot sound wall than you would with 12.
Actually, from the noise studies and that we've already developed, I guess at the actual sound wall, we're going to meet the requirements for the ordinance on noise attenuation.
You're good to go?
Yes.
Yeah. Surprising, just given the line of sight, I was worried about that. All right, that was it. Thank you.
Commissioner Heckman?
Thank you. So just mostly some clarifying questions. On the trees, Ms. Raybold, if I'm understanding the numbers right, the original proposal was to remove 46 trees, but 11 of them they decided to preserve, but 6 of those died, and that's how we get to 35.
Yes, I believe that's right. Is that right? Sounds right.
Is that right?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So it's 35, and we're able to save the 5 of the 11 that didn't die. Okay. And we're planting 36 new trees. All right. Next question. So it's a $63 million project, and Palo Alto's paying 0. So my first question is, who negotiated that on behalf of Palo Alto so well?
Oh, well, I think maybe Karen North, our assistant director, she can respond to that one because, yeah.
All right.
Sure. So Karen North City, Palo Alto. So this is a complicated project in terms of lots of agencies. Part of this goes into the previous commissioner recusing herself with the $16 million contribution with the 2019 agreement between Valley Water, Mountain View, and Palo Alto to have half of the effluent available for the indirect potable reuse project at the potential Los Altos treatment plant site with Valley Water. So that's part of the reason why. So Mountain View is, when we initially did the feasibility study, the anticipation was that Palo Alto would be paying 5%, Mountain View would be paying 5%, and Valley Water would have been paying, actually, I think it's, 5 and 5, or 10 and 10, and Mountain View and Palo Alto,
no, it was 20 million.
It would have been 20.
And then from 16 million Valley Water, and then 3 million Mountain View, and 1 million Palo Alto in the original, just because Mountain View, we have an agreement with them and they're entitled to 75% of the recycled water we're produced.
Thank you. So the Mountain View is going to be paying for the majority of this water anyway, because they are the driver for wanting enhanced recycled water for their existing recycled water customer base. all of our existing recycled water customer base are municipal clients. And so our city at that point in time, our city manager was directing us and our council to negotiate the best possible for Palo Alto, since we are not the driver at this point in time, because we have not put in a large amount of future, recycled water pipelines that are pushing for this higher quality water. We anticipate, though, Palo Alto will be paying for the operating costs of this facility. And then if there's any future expansions of Palo Alto's recycled water, then we'll be paying increased costs. So the initial capital cost, though, is coming from Mountain View. I hope I answered that correctly. I'm sorry, this has been a very long day. I'm sure the same for you. So I apologize.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I tip my hat to you and your staff. I think I understand it now. But I think even though we're not paid for it, ultimately, I think we get some, when it's done, we get some benefit anyway, because the water we use, which apparently goes to right now Greer Park and to the golf course, will have this lower salinity. So
yeah, correct. Yeah,
better medium.
As mentioned, if the city decides to move forward with any expansion in the future, this system is already, will be there ready to serve those extra customers.
Okay. Next question. Let's see. So when we dealt maybe a little bit less than a year ago with, I think, is the BMW on the corner of Embarcadero, and if you remember, we had to remove a dozen or so lovely trees to create a 10-foot wide multimodal path. Oh, incidentally, I'm familiar with the site. I've been by it approximately 1,000 times because I bike one way or another all the time past there. And so I know that there's not a bike path right there. And actually in one of the images, it showed how the bike lane kind of ends as you come around that corner toward Bixby Park, because I think because the road narrows. And so I'm curious as to whether there was any discussion about as a part of what's happening outside the fence, tying in the bike lanes, because once you get to Bixby, of course, you have the whole network that takes you over to Shoreline Lake in one direction and Cooley Landing in the other. So were there discussions about extending the multimodal path out that way?
No, I think our intent of design was to provide the same, road width and the same conditions, existing conditions as they are now. We have to mention during construction, we'll have to encroach some of the road. We'll get permit to do that and appropriate signage and traffic control. But once we're done, we'll, give it back what, we took, and in the same manner, it's already there with the existing bike lane.
Yeah, understood. Our car dealership, of course, they weren't really going to change that sidewalk condition either, but they ended up with a path. But it's fine, and it looks like while the meandering pedestrian path is going to be similar, it looks like it's lovely, and it looks like the landscaping is upgraded there. Whoever did the renderings of the landscaping, if you were a private developer coming before me, I would say that is not believable. Everything doesn't flower all at once all the time. But it's a very optimistic view. But I am actually interested in the landscaping that is screening the sound wall, the 10-foot sound wall. So my synagogue actually had to go through this 8, 9, 10 years ago, where we wanted, I think, the fence at the height we wanted it a little closer to Alma. And we went through either a variance or exception process with the city and were approved, but we had a condition of approval to do screening landscaping, which incidentally is beautiful now if you go by it. And I know that this I'm seeing this landscaping in the visuals, and there is some reference to it in the findings, kind of a soft reference to it. But I wanted to ask staff is the landscaping plan part of the plan that's being approved and required by the conditions of approval to be followed?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So then we are sure to see that ever-flowering vegetation when you're done. All right, the last question I have is a kind of a nerdy law question, probably for Mr. Yang. And that is, I see on page 80 that you've got to move an internal property line because it's sitting where a building's going to be built. And you can't do that. You can't build a building that straddles the property line. Is Mr. Yang still around?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, right. So in it, what the action is referred to in the staff report or conditions, I can't remember which, as a certificate of compliance. Is that a lot line adjustment we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And in this particular situation, why wouldn't we just merge the lots to avoid that issue altogether?
That's a business decision. Yeah, Karen, perhaps you can address that.
So when we did some more analysis on the sewage treatment plant site, and Diego, please correct me if I'm wrong, because he's done a lot more analysis on this than I have my high level, but there's multiple zones that are within that 25 acre, multiple lot lines within the 25 acres. So it's something that we're trying to fix. And this project highlighted the fact that we have a 25 acre facility and multiple lot lines. And so that's what we're basically doing. We're shifting them and fixing the lots. They're all owned by the city. So it's just an internal error that we made.
Yeah, and let me just comment on that. The original parcel lines of the plant don't match what it's currently existing and built in there. So when the original wastewater plant was built in the 70s, they didn't do like that work to match the lot lines.
Yeah.
So there is like an old the San Francisco Creek old course flowing through the plant area, and that's what the parcel line is, like caught in the plant in the middle. And then there are like smaller parcels on site, like 4 parcels, like Karen was saying. So it's like a complicated situation that we'll have to address, to either merge those 4 parcels and then move the parcel boundary to the road to match it with the existing fence line at the plant.
Merging would require further mapping process, subdivision map process than a lot line adjustment. So it would be more work and more entitlements for staff to be able to do that.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure it's considered, because with the lot line adjustment, of course, the issue is the city has to follow the same rules everybody else does. In fact, that's why you're here in front of us on a city project, so you can't just do it, right? And so for lot line adjustments, for example, all the applicable setbacks have to be honored. So when your new lot line, everything's supposed to be the right distance from that new line. And so sometimes that can be challenging, particularly where you got a lot of existing facilities, to thread that needle. And so in that situation, a merger, even though it might take a little longer, is a better long-term solution.
Yeah, and when we provided all of the setbacks and everything that's provided in the staff report, it's all based on where the lot line would be.
Okay, all right. Well, it sounds like you sort of look at this, and that's really what I wanted to hear. So I just will say that I've reviewed the SDR findings and the variance findings, and I think they can all be made. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. So really quick question. So I was looking at the plans, and so it's page L007. And I just had questions because it looks like there's the table 1 with the tree survey data. And it looks to me, based on the drawing to the left of the table, that tree 118 is being removed, right? But then on the table, it's not. And so I just wanted to make sure that things were, I don't have any objection to anything that's, oh, sorry, it's actually paid. So the table is on page 007, and then the tree in question is pictured on page 008. And I think tree 118 is where the tank is going to be, maybe? Or I'm not sure. I think but it looks, it's an X, so it looks like it's going to be removed. So my question is it going to be removed? And if it is, let's just make sure that it's consistent.
Yeah, I will look into that and
Yeah, just
verify.
make sure that the table 1 is accurate. According to or the plans are accurate. Thanks.
I have a quick question about the parallel trunk line, which I think which has been something that's been talked about and planned for a long time. And I believe that's going to bring material into this plant, right? Is that going to be built first, later?
Probably not. I mean, that they just released that project. It's going through a whole
Tom, can we
right
clarify
now.
which parallel trunk line they're discussing? Is it the influent parallel trunk line that's proposed?
The East Palo Alto one.
East Palo Alto
Is
line.
that the one that I just want to clarify, and they're not talking about the outfall parallel line that we're also trying to move forward? We have 2. That's what I'm asking.
I didn't know about the second one. It's a big incoming one that goes kind of around the golf course, and then at the end comes down Embarcadero and cuts across part of the airport.
Yeah, that's the East Palo Alto. It's an incoming line from East Palo Alto. Yeah, correct.
You said it goes around the airport.
So it cuts through the
Across
airport.
the airport.
It goes through the airport. Yeah.
It goes around the golf course.
Yes, that's the new line is proposed by East Palo Alto Sanitary District, one of our partners.
Okay, but that's not going to happen at the same time as this.
No, it's not. It's probably going to take a while for that project to get underway.
So, and the only reason I'm concerned, because obviously it's all going to happen and it's all good improvements, is because we're losing a lot of trees in the Baylands in general, and a lot here, but they'll be replaced, but they'll probably be smaller, and it's really important habitat for birds. Maybe not all birds, but there's a lot of birds, and besides herons and stuff. But I just want to make sure that when the parallel trunk line is built, we don't lose more trees in that area that's a lot of the Baylands is kind of empty of trees. And this area had all those trees. So that was my concern about the parallel trunk line.
Actually, we've got some questions for them too, as they, how they intend to bring that line into the plant property.
Okay, so we're all on the same
yeah.
page. We have a lot of questions. Okay, thank you. Any more questions, or we'll go to the public? Okay, let's go to the public speakers if we have some. And I know we have at least
one on Zoom from Shani Kleinhaus.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Chair Suma and commissioners and Palo Alto staff. My name is Shani Kleinhaus. I'm a resident of Palo Alto. I'm a PRC commissioner, but I do not speak on behalf of the PRC. And I speak tonight as the environmental advocate for the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society and a volunteer on the Sierra Club Loma Prieta Chapter Executive Committee. I'm a biologist in training with a PhD in ecology. In the past few years, I have been researching scientific studies on the environmental impacts of artificial light at night. And I learned that lighting really needs to be considered through a biological and ecological lens, and not only aesthetics. Unfortunately, CEQA does not require analysis of lighting as a biological impact, only aesthetics, but it is critical to consider lighting from a biological and ecological lens in the Baylands. There are now volumes of scientific studies that show that light at night causes tremendous harm to environmental and human health, and that LED lighting is especially harmful due to the strong peak of light in the blue spectrum. The picture for wildlife is daunting. Like climate change, light at night is a major driver or disruption on local and even global scales. Light at night causes birds and wildlife to become disoriented during migration. It disrupts biological synchronization between plants and animals. It interferes with hormones that control reproductive behaviors and timing in animals. And in people, it's been shown to cause various diseases, and I don't want to get into those impacts tonight. Like our efforts to reverse climate change, we must reverse the impacts of lighting, and we need leadership to reverse the business unusual standards for lighting, even the best ones these days, and especially again in the Baylands. The PRC and ARB have provided input during the development of this project. Both expressed concerns with lighting and with the loss of trees. It is an important project, and I appreciate the efforts by staff to mitigate the impacts of lighting and loss of trees, but I remain concerned with some of the disclosures related to lighting from previous presentations. One issue is that there was stipulation that the plan will have LED with correlated color temperature of 4,000 Kelvin. 4,000 Kelvin is a very blue, very harsh cold spectrum light, which is very detrimental to birds, insects, and other wildlife in the Baylands. In areas as sensitive as the Baylands, outdoor lighting should not have not be more than 2,400 Kelvin, 2,400 Kelvin. Indoor lighting should not be visible from the outside, and outdoor light should be turned off whenever there is no one doing work outdoors, and motion sensors can be used for security. Our city is currently developing a dark sky ordinance that will very likely direct similar protections for the Baylands, like 2,400 Kelvin and no more. And with the correlated color temperature of 4,000 Kelvin, finding C that ensures sound principles and ecological balance, that finding cannot be made. So hopefully the correlated color temperature will be corrected if it is still 4,000, and I don't know that. A few additional observations. I would consider putting some solar panels on the roof. It may not cover the energy requirements of reverse osmosis, which are pretty huge, but it's important nonetheless. And note that because this is a water pollution control plant and there's a lot of recycled water, that recycled water can be used to irrigate and create lush vegetation around there. Right now, a lot of that water ends up in the bay and there's a lot of contamination in that water. So better use it for irrigation than dump it into the bay. And the loss of trees is still of concern if we consider it not only here, but those other pipelines that are planned from East Palo Alto and Karen North just mentioned another one. So cumulatively, we may lose all the trees in that area, which does provide wildlife movement area. So that's an important thing in the Baylands. And I don't know that looking at the trees only in this project and not in combination with the other ones, I think there should be a more comprehensive view. I really appreciate your time and allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kleinhaus. And we will, seeing that there are no other speakers, is that correct?
Yep, no other speakers.
Okay, then we'll bring it back to the council. Do I have any comments? Commissioner Chang and then Commissioner Liu.
So I had a question about slide 13 that you guys showed in your presentation. There's an image, there's a rendering there of the tank. And I was just wondering if it's possible to screen with trees. We can see.
Was it in my presentation?
No, I think it was in the.
Do you want me to pull it or you have it?
Yeah, if you could show it to everybody, just.
Yes, let me.
Because I think we're taking down a bunch of trees there and I just didn't know if it was possible to plant something that would, okay, so yes, so this image is a rendering, right? And you can see there's a big tree on the left and a big tree on the right. Oops.
Excuse me, yeah.
Yeah, big tree on the left, big tree on the right. Gee, it would be really nice if there were a big tree right in the middle so we didn't have to look at the tank. But I didn't know if it was possible.
Yeah, I'll have to go back to the plant. We had discussions with the fire department about having access to the plant for them. So I believe that's one of the locations they were requesting gate to be installed for quick access.
Okay.
I'll have to double check if that's the location for it, but I remember we specifically had to leave a small gap with no trees and vegetation. And that's why you see it's fencing instead of a wall.
Yes.
just for that portion to be able to put like a lock and just like emergency access for them.
I see. Okay.
But
Well, I still think it's a tall tank.
Yeah.
And I don't know if there's ways to kind of screen from across the street, or do you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
if not right there because of the fire access, there might be a way to at least screen it from certain angles with, planting a tree across the street or something like that.
Yeah, I understand.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. And then my other question was around, so I don't know how, I was looking at the landscaping plans and noticed that by and large, most of the plants that are intended to be in there are native, but there are a handful that are non-native. And so since we're making a choice, I was just wondering if it would be possible to switch to 100% native, given the proximity to, given this is in the Baylands.
Yeah, the design guideline for that we used was the North Bayshore, I think it's called, from it's used in Mountain View area.
Right.
And I believe the plant palette it's based on the whatever is recommended in the report.
Yeah,
but
so
I mean, we're open to, if you have any particular suggestions about
I don't know what the most appropriate plant is,
Yeah.
but it was like, there was like 3 or 4 non-natives, and I'm thinking, well, we're in the Baylands, why not just pick natives instead? So that was just my comment.
So I have had this discussion with urban forestry in the past, and they have expressed that sometimes they like to have a mix of different species. It provides like a different color palettes, different times of year and things. So they often do have a mix of a few non-natives in with the natives. We can explore that again with urban forestry again to see if they have any recommendations for the non-natives that might be an appropriate alternative that we can recommend to the landscape architect though.
Okay, yeah, I think that would be great, just because, I mean, obviously we want it to look nice, but this is part of the Baylands and it's really close to everything else there. And it just seems like, on balance, if I had to have everything be the same color, okay, because there's a lot of birds and wildlife right there. So thanks.
Commissioner Rectal?
Yeah, Shawnee on her phone call was asking about the light color. What color light are we using?
It's 4,000 Kelvin. The original design was, I believe, 5,000. And then after meeting with Parks and Rec Commission, we lowered it to 4,000 already.
Okay, and so why couldn't you move it down to 2,700 or something lower?
Well, part of it is just the nature of the plant. It's an industrial facility. So we need like certain amounts of light at night for operators to be safe to doing the rounds, etc.
Okay. And the warmer light isn't as safe?
I mean, I don't think it's as bright as,
Yeah, we typically use around 5,000 K around the plant, just for operations safety at night, because it's manned 24 hours a day. We looked at 4,000 K on this site, just as sort of a compromise. We've included things into the design, such as motion detectors and all that, to try to limit that when operators aren't in the vicinity.
So I do want to speak briefly. So I do want to note that the Dark Skies Initiative recommends 2,700 as the maximum. Our Dark Skies ordinance that we're pursuing likely won't apply to public facilities, but that's something that's still being explored. But nevertheless, it is important out in this Baylands area. So we can explore. I do want to clarify there's temperature, which is kelvins, and lumens, which is the intensity. So I don't know if we could increase the intensity while improving the temperature or anything like that. But we can certainly explore that further.
And is this just a matter of changing bulbs? Or is it like, so if we went to 2,700 and it just didn't work out, that the workmen just couldn't do their job, you'd be able to buy new bulbs and put in 4,000 Kelvin?
We'll have to explore that. I
Okay.
don't have an answer for that like right now.
I would think that
Yeah.
this is a low risk proposition. So, okay, thank you.
Then I will make a few comments. I understand that the industry has become accustomed to like 4,000 or 5,000 kelvins, but things are really changing because of the problems with bird safety. And this is a wildlife sanctuary, basically. And so I think 24, I think would be like kelvins would probably be the cherry on the top of the sundae, but I think we need to specify 27. I really do. And I'm fully confident that other people are doing this. And so I think that's a big deal. And, you know, it's what we all want, this improved technology, but it's important to remember where we have to put it is in a precious area. So 27 is a deal breaker for me. And then the tree, I think the other thing is that the trees, to the extent that it's possible, use native species, and even for the landscape, things that are compatible with the Baylands, not just visually, but biologically also, because it's kind of a weird environment. It's very salty, like not everything grows there, but I'm sure you guys know all of that. So for me, the big sticking issue would be the trees and then the kelvins, and you answered my question about the trunk line. So I'm happy, unless someone else has other comments, to entertain a motion. And Commissioner Liu said he was ready. Are you guys all ready? No? Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, so I'm concerned that we're about to hear a motion that's going to include this 2,700, and so I don't want to have to vote no on this motion. So I was going to. So let me just. We'll see how the motion is made and plays out, but let me ask a question first. In the staff report, staff hasn't recommended 2,700, and so I'd like to know why that is. Why was staff comfortable bringing this to us at 4,000? And I'm not saying that that's wrong. I'm trying to understand. We're talking about moving from 4 to 27, and I want to know what staff's thoughts were.
Yeah, I mean, it's our understanding that what's provided is provided for the purposes of safety. So I think we would really have to explore further whether it could be reduced further while still maintaining the safe level of safety. So.
Okay, all right, and that's kind of what I thought the answer might be. I've said it before. I don't like improvising environmental protections on the fly when the city doesn't have an ordinance. We're developing this initiative, and you know, the right study will be given to it. So I don't know the impacts, and I do know that this location, though, because we've seen the mapping, this is not out in the Baylands. This is surrounded on 3 sides by existing facilities, and it's tucked up against a road. So this is not a major wildlife corridor between the new building and the road. And so, and all we're not talking about building everything. We're talking about building this little area, and that's, I think, where the lighting's going to go. So I would not be supportive of, on the fly, changing the requirement, but I would be supportive of giving staff direction to investigate this more fully and work with the plant to see if there's a way to provide the desired level of safety with, you know, reduction in the light source that, you know, serves everybody.
How bright is this? How is this compared to the streetlights that are around down there and other light sources?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I don't have a relevance for that.
I know a lot of our streetlights are much more than 2,700, but I'd have to look back. I think we put it into the staff report for the.
But the water treatment center has other lights too, right?
Oh, yes, yeah.
And
yeah,
so
yeah.
this is not going to be like substantially brighter than the rest of the facility.
This will actually be lighter than the rest of the facility with the 4,000. Our current standard is 5,000 for worker safety, and our workers actually like the brighter light when they're going around in the middle of the night during potentially a rain event and making sure everything's safe. And these lights will be on motion sensors. So we've listened to Parks and Rec Commission. So they're not going to be on all the time. It will only be when someone's walking through there for our worker safety. So I would really like us to hopefully not require us to put in a lower light levels if we don't know yet. You could ask us to look into it more for worker safety, and if it can accommodate it, then we can make it work. But I really, worker safety is my number one concern.
So just, I don't think that any of us are experts on, so we keep talking about brightness. There's, as Ms. Raybold said, there's two factors here. There's color temperature, and bright. Well, there's more, right? But there's brightness is not color temperature. So I would like staff to look at it. And, you know, there are going to be safety regulations that we come up against too. And so we're going to have to make sure it's safe. But I don't think that any of us should here are expert enough to know, other than the speaker who has done studies on this in terms of wildlife, impact on wildlife. But I don't think any of us are here expert enough about the safety implications. So I think we can just investigate.
Commissioner Aiken?
Right, I'm just going to pile on a little bit. Yeah, we're talking about color temperature, but there's also intensity, and there's a color rendering index. All these things contribute to perceptual brightness, which is what we need for safety, as well as accuracy in perceiving what the situation is inside the plant. We can't engineer that here.
Commissioner Liu?
Okay, now I would now actually try to make a motion. So I'd like to move that we approve the variance and recommend approval to City Council with no other conditions. And I'll explain a little bit. I think bird safety and dark sky ordinances are totally valid and are the logical next step that we'll take up anyways. And as Commissioner Aiken said, it's not necessarily the best use of staff time for this group to do a deep dive into the details when there are pretty reasonable mitigations, like aiming the lights down, having motion sensors, being less bright than just generally adjacent uses. So yeah, I hope we can keep it simple, not necessarily delay or add more cost or scope for this immediate approval. We'll get to the dark skies soon enough.
Wow. I'd like to offer an amendment.
Do we need a second first, or did we get one? I'll second.
Okay, second. Would you like to speak to your second?
No.
I'd like to offer an amendment, and that is that we consider the value of 2,700 Kelvin lighting versus the negative impacts of 4,000 Kelvin lighting, and ask the staff to work on that, work towards that goal. And my reasoning is because it's very, very important, and we are stuck in the past ignoring this issue. We've been trying for many, many years to get bird safe construction and lighting in this town, and we fancy ourselves very progressive on environmental issues. And this is one we should not ignore. And I don't have the expertise to exactly design it, what exactly it should be. But I know that this has become, 27 Kelvin has become a new standard, and that Ms. Kleinhaus that spoke has a PhD in this field, and that we should take it seriously and consider it. So I would ask you to add that as an amendment.
I'm sorry, but I would not accept that amendment to this version of the motion. I'd like to see if we have the votes for this.
It is not intended as anything to hold up, impede, or make the project difficult. It's intended to make the project appropriate for its location and also set a new precedent for doing these things better. The Baylands are horribly overlit right now, and it's a combination of being unwilling to address newer technology and a combination of a lack of code enforcement. So it should be looked at. And if you're not open to looking at it, I don't know if I can support it, because
I'm not sure if our planning and utility staff today are the right people with the right expertise to do this efficiently in a really productive way that's like reusable for future projects. I think we will get to this soon enough, and that this is probably the least impactful project on the Baylands as it is right now. And like we discussed, we can just swap out the light bulbs later when we get to it, potentially.
Do you know that for a fact? I don't know.
No, I don't know that for a fact.
Okay, so I don't know that.
Yeah. If I may, I don't think staff has any concern with exploring it further before we get to council. Yeah.
You don't have a problem considering it or looking into it?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
As long as it's not a requirement, because it is something we have to explore further, but we're happy to look into whether we could reduce the temperature.
Yeah, I'm fine with that if there's like no material impact to staff's like other duties or bandwidth on this project, as long as it's like actually trivial.
Yeah, I mean, we're totally open to exploring, that option, as long as our concern is like we have to come back to another hearing and then further delay the project. And with cost increasing, we have partners, and every time we delay this, it gets a couple million more expensive. So totally open to exploring it, but I don't know if we can get back to maybe when we go back to ARB, present the results of whatever we explored, maybe, if you're open to.
Okay, well, I guess there's nothing in this motion that prevents you from looking into this, especially if the ARB, you think the ARB might ask you about this anyways. It might make sense for you to look into this. But I don't think we necessarily need to like include that explicitly in the motion.
The ARB has already identified this as one of their concerns about this, and it has been a concern for a long time. You would really make me more comfortable supporting this if we included it in the motion. Because, and I don't understand the resistance. If staff is fine with it, not as an absolute condition, but as a requirement, so it doesn't get lost in the process that this was going to happen. It can't, and the good news is if a fixture costs more, Mountain View will pay for it.
I don't really accept that kind of logic necessarily, that Mountain View would pay for it, even though I know you're being facetious. Yeah, I understand that, but still. I'm fine with the amendment. It's not going to, presumably it's trivial for staff. Hopefully it can be time boxed to like a truly marginal effort, and otherwise we'll just get to this later. Yeah.
Could I say something? We could look into it with the understanding that it's not a requirement. We can move to the ARB because it's going to come up again at the ARB.
Yeah. Yeah, I think yeah, being able to talk to it more about the ARB at the ARB just makes sense. And yeah.
Any other discussion?
So as the seconder, I'm okay with an amendment. I don't love the language of the amendment, really, and I thought the way Ms. Raybold explained it was kind of more the spirit I had, and that is to investigate utilizing 2,700 Kelvin lighting versus the 4,000 Kelvin lighting currently proposed.
Yes, I actually 100% agree. I did not look at the precise language. I think the friendly amendment that we were discussing would ask staff to consider it, but have no specific conditions or no specific like asks for the staff. So actually my impression of the motion would have just kind of had everything up until the and ask staff. It would have like kind of struck out that section. So we'll look into it. We'll be ready to talk about it in the ARB. We'll consider it, but we aren't necessarily directing ourselves to find a way to make a lower light temperature work, for example. Is that the spirit of your
Is
friendly
this
amendment?
the final motion?
Well,
So
it depends what you think.
Yeah.
Right.
Is
So
this
I'm the
what's being
seconder.
proposed?
What I'm suggesting is I'd be supportive of your amendment if it was worded along the lines of the last sentence on this page.
Yeah. Yeah. Or your original amendment with just the and ask staff kind of part deleted.
If I don't know, I don't see why, but if you're more comfortable with it that way, and as long as staff understands the intention is to modernize our technology, and then it's fine, because I think staff has to work on it.
Sure. Okay.
So can I change
yeah, we can
that
just
friendly-
delete the highlighted part, and I think we'll all be okay here.
Are we good?
Yep, I think we're good.
Okay. All right. With that version of the amendment, I accept it as the seconder.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Okay, I don't know what I don't want to slow this down either, but if we're doing this, we should just do it right and to the best of our ability without slowing it down. So while we're at it, I hope that, and I don't know if it needs to be part of the motion, but because we're passing this information on to the council and to other bodies, like there's two things that I'd love it if we could consider 100% native, right? Like if appropriate, like, I mean, I trust whoever's judgment, but I think it's important. These are important things. And as well as the screening that I mentioned, like consider it. I'm not saying it has to be done, but I think everybody wants the same thing here and the best solution. So
I would reject that amendment. I think I still don't really think we need to direct staff to consider things that they would naturally want to consider when talking to the ARB. And there seem to be reasonable justification
I think
for
it's
the
our
current
role,
status.
to be quite frank, like right now, the recommendation for staff is to, recommend this council approve it, subject to conditions of approval. And so if we want, and I do think I want council, assuming that staff says it's feasible and reasonable, I want council to say that this should be all native plants here. Why not? Right? One plant versus another plant. And what I've seen is that our thoughtful work doesn't get passed on. And so if we have perspectives that nobody's objecting to, I'm not saying these are a must do, but if we have perspectives that are our recommendations and ideas, I don't see why we shouldn't include them, because if it's not in the motion, it gets lost. And that is what I have learned. I mean, we've seen it happen over and over again. Even when it's in the motion, it gets lost.
I mean, I think I just have like maybe an irreconcilable philosophical difference about the scope of some of our work in these kinds of contexts. Like in my dream world, we would have just left it as kind of overgrown blackberry bushes, and we'd kind of take the landscaping as a separate project when we consider other kind of aesthetic or other improvements to the Baylands. Like I think if we can keep the scope as tight as possible and kind of on topic as possible, that's the motion that I would want to make. And so,
unfortunately, plans, that's not how planning works, right? Like it comes with a landscape plan. There's an architectural plan, and that's why. Otherwise, I'd say, yeah, just leave it all. But that, unfortunately, like we've been asked to look at it.
Yeah.
So
I'm not so sure we've been so explicitly asked to look into the details of the landscaping, for example, but I could stand to be corrected for sure.
we have to make findings.
Yeah,
we have to make findings that say that like it's this.
I think the findings were like it's compatible with the Baylands and things like that. And I think it's like, you know, essentially fine. And the details like.
Yeah, but like I said, if there's no cost to doing something, we may as well do it right.
I would like to see if the motion can proceed as as written with the first friendly amendment.
I mean, I'm in favor of the second amendment too. And it's not going to change the project. It's just going to make the project a little bit better if staff and the ARB agree. And, you know, the ARB is also very interested in trees. That was one of their concerns. And it's really important to a lot of people, and it doesn't take away from your primary goal, which is you really want to see this done because it's been in the works for a while. And we all agree on that. So
all this really requires is just calling up the urban forester and say, hey, take a look at this list and are you happy with it? So it's not real time consuming.
So let me just add one little note there. Actually, the urban forester, he came on site, did the tree survey, and he reviewed the tree plants and the trees that we're removing, the trees that we're replacing, and the replacing ratios we're proposing were based on his recommendation. Just want to mention that.
No, but what they're asking about is the native plants and just whether there's other alternative species. So that's really all we would be asking is us to consider whether, you know, urban forestry would recommend any
non-native,
other non-native or other native species to replace the non-natives.
This is an ARB finding.
Well, the ARB finding, there's an ARB finding related to the majority being, which it already is, but yeah, so.
Not all, not 100%.
Right. So I don't think we have any issue with this either, but yeah.
Yeah, can we? I think potentially we could just proceed, or we could see if this motion has support. I don't.
So is this an unfriendly amendment or a friendly amendment?
Unfriendly.
Okay.
Or
you want to vote on the
right.
Do you want to vote on the amendment then?
Or or yeah, I'm not sure what the protocol is, whether we vote on the whole thing or whether we vote on the amendment, like whether to vote to include the amendment or what.
If it's a friendly, then you just throw it in the motion. If it's unfriendly, then you vote on the amendment. And then if that's successful, it goes into the motion.
Yeah, let's.
okay, so we'll conduct a vote on the Commissioner Chang's amendment, which is regarding landscaping and trees.
No, it's considering 100% native planting.
Native, consider, not
Not
require.
the trees, this is a separate issue from trees that she's raised, I think, right?
There were two issues that I raised that I was hoping to just address at once. It's considering, and it sounded like staff was very open to both of them. It was both the 100% native planting as well as screening of
Oh, that's right. Of the- of the
some kind of
tank.
screening of the tank, right?
Screening of the tank.
Right.
Okay. Well,
Okay, so
I-
why don't
I'm
we add that to the, what's typed
Yeah.
here, so we can vote on your whole amendment?
What do you mean by screening of the tank? There's more.
so what I was talking about is there may be the option, excuse me. So Mr. Garcia mentioned that he had to look into the reason why there's no tree there. He has a hypothesis that it is because of fire access, safety.
It is because of that. Yeah.
Okay, but across the street, right? I mean, it's tall. The Baylands is flat. Like we could potentially put a tree somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, across the street is the airport. I don't know.
It's all Palo Alto City planting.
Screen from the people in the airport, going to their planes, the tank, because that's who that tree would.
It's all views, right? Because when you see it, as long as you're across the street. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. I don't need to die on the sword. So if you guys think it's unreasonable, it's fine.
So do you want to vote on your amendment?
Yes, please.
Okay. So we're going to vote on the second amendment from Commissioner Chang, if you don't mind, Ms. Dow.
Commissioner Aiken,
Yes.
Commissioner Rectal,
Yes.
Commissioner Liu,
No.
Chair Suma,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
I'll vote no. So that'll pass 4-2.
motion carries 4-2.
Okay, awesome. Now we'll vote on the main motion.
Speak to no votes.
Sorry. I always forget. Speak to your no votes, please.
Very really interesting case studies of the Second Avenue subway in New York and how because some agencies were or weren't paying for it at certain times, there was just a lot of scope and a lot of they built a park out of it when really the park was kind of a secondary discussion, but they just kind of figured out somewhere along the way they could get some money and build a park, and why not include it? It's nice to have. It's part of the broader vision for that corridor. And, that's really, there's been a lot of good academic scrutiny and criticism for how New York ran that process, right? Like how they ended up many billions of dollars over budget. And I think this is just a small ideological point, but as much as possible, I would like to keep our scope tight, especially for these really important environmental projects that have already ran significantly over the original expected budget and probably the original expected timeline.
Would you like to speak to your no vote, Commissioner Heckman?
Sure, just that I felt I heard, so I'm not a plan expert and nobody up here is a plan expert, but we do have city plan experts, and I've heard from staff tonight that city plan experts actually have a reason for, on occasion, not wanting 100% native planting, wanting a few non-natives. And so I thought with that explanation, I'm willing to defer to their greater knowledge on the topic. And so I didn't need to consider something when I already knew their general philosophy.
All right, so we can now vote on the main motion, which everybody sees before them, so.
Chair Suma,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Aiken,
Yes.
Commissioner Rectal,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Liu,
Yes.
motion carries 6-0.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have very quickly, we need to take care of a couple more things, and one is the creation of an ad hoc. Staff's recommending that the PTC create an ad hoc committee, which would be 3 people, to provide input on our retail efforts across the city. So there's a couple different ways we can do it. Several actually, and that is I can call for volunteers Or we can have a motion to allow me, the chair, to pick the ad hoc, which I prefer not to do. So I don't think we need a lot more discussion about this. So I will call for volunteers if that's all right.
I am interested.
Okay, so Commissioner Aiken,
And I am also interested.
Commissioner Rekdal? Okay, anyone else? Commissioner Chang?
Yeah, I'm interested.
Okay, and is there anyone else that is, there can only be
I can be
three.
an alternate.
We don't have
I know.
alternates.
I know.
Because
I can be
then
an
if-
understudy in case something happens, or in case someone has
Well,
to miss
thank you
something.
for
But you
being-
know,
I did a-
rhetorical point.
I did ask about it, but it's just that you can't have somebody fill in because then you've already become a quorum. So,
Yep, I'll pass.
so if everybody is happy, we have created new ad hoc. Do I need to make a motion? Yes.
I think, yeah, it's an action item, so if you can do that. And I'll
Okay.
just say one thing, and that is, this is for the goal is to get this to the finish line in June to the council.
right.
With this committee. It doesn't mean that it couldn't continue past that goal if there were other reasons to continue. And then membership could always, morph at that point.
Good night, everyone who gets to leave. But, so I'll go ahead and make a motion that, since I'm just thinking about it, that the Planning Commission has formed an ad hoc to assist staff with retail decisions across the city with an eye to a June deadline to get this to council. And Commissioners Aiken, Rekdal, and Chang have volunteered. So I need a second.
Second,
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
Vice Chair Chang.
Oh, thank you. Okay, we can go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Rekdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Liu,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Aiken,
Yes.
Chair Suma,
Yes.
motion carries 6-0.
Thank you and congratulations to the ad hoc. Now we actually have minutes. So we will,
I'm looking at Commissioner Aiken since he joined me in revising minutes. I thought perhaps he might want to make a motion.
I'm looking for a motion to approve minutes, draft summary minutes of October 11th, 2023.
Do you need me to restate that or simply to, yes, I move that we accept the minutes as described.
Okay, do I have a second?
As revised, accepted.
Revised,
Second.
yes, absolutely.
Okay,
Second.
second, okay, and if you could call the vote, please.
Commissioner Liu,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
Yes.
Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Aiken,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you very much. Now I am looking for someone to make a motion to approve the minutes, draft summary minutes as revised.
Move approval is revised.
Yes, of October 25th, 2023.
Second.
Second.
Okey dokey, so we can vote on that.
Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
Yep.
Commissioner Liu,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Aiken.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you so much. Are there any other commissioner comments or updates or reports? Seeing no lights, I will adjourn the meeting.